time. What's going on, family? How you doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. True Table, Miss Pearl, pretty intellectual. We also have Pearl, Ella, Amira, Aisha, Bohemian, me, myself, the PJ. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
Happy.
Good.
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me back.
Oh, no problem, no problem. Good to see you guys, man. Got an excellent show ahead for you guys, man. I'm just kind of situating this stuff real quickly. Just give me a second. If you haven't already hit the like button, also make sure you subscribe to the channel. How's everybody? What's today? Thursday. Coming off the holiday weekend. Everybody celebrating the holiday?
Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah. Okay.
Ate a lot of food, you know.
Ate a lot of food. Okay. What about you, Pretty?
I like do a celebration, non-celebration situation. Like I don't do anything Thanksgiving related. We just come together and cook Jamaican food. So yeah, that was that.
Pearl, anything in particular? You cook?
Yeah, I made some pies.
Ah, baked. Okay. It's not cooking. That's baking.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Ella?
Yeah, I cook, you know what I'm saying? Watch my team, you know, nothing crazy.
Watch your team. I heard you talking about that weak ass team.
So don't turn this into first take, but we can do that. I'll Stephen A. you real quick.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't know.
Them boys is here, you heard?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a Dallas fan, man. It's
And you in the Mecca talking crazy, man. You hit Dallas, get him. He out there talking crazy. Get to him.
nah, man. I'm walking around with the Bears jersey on, man. See if we can irritate some souls.
First round, y'all out of there. First round.
I guess
Super Bowl winning quarterbacks don't paint their nails, baby.
I ain't got nothing to do with
shot
that.
time. You know that.
Got to be careful. What's up, Aish? Like a memory.
Hey.
Okay. Let's say you got like a different setup. You on the couch? What's that?
Definitely on the couch in the living room today, not in my office.
You got that luxury brown, that cognac brown.
Yeah, this is some good leather right here. I ain't gonna hold y'all. It's nice and comfy.
Like that's that cigarello brown. What you know about that? What's up, Amira?
No, you can skip me. It's fine. You can.
No, I'm not skipping you. Yeah,
I'm good.
I was kind of saving you for the middle. What's up, True?
Chilling. What's going on, family?
So you got that background going on. Man. Y'all stepped y'all game up, man. Must be some
You know,
new money coming in 2026.
I caught a couple of those lives, man. You know, I'm a dark-skinned, melanated man. You know, I'm trying to work with the lighting, and I wasn't liking the way it was coming through. So, you know,
I'm trying to show off with your dark skin now.
I guess. Yes.
Shit, you don't want you to give us no black fatigue on the panel now. Okay. So my joke's not landing. It's all good. I see I got a couple laughs, but just trying to warm y'all up a little bit. If you are catching us on the replay, hit the like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. What's going on, Crown Prince? AP is in the building. Ali, Ilkan Ali is in the house. Got Flavor, Jordan World 77. Great Stoke, 8670. Good to see you guys come in. Edward Gilbert, Nike. I kind of see you periodically, but good to see you here. We got Carl F305. Prime time 8717. What's good, man? Good to see you guys. Let me go ahead. I got to send this link to somebody real quick. Let me do this right now. Y'all ready for the show?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. We're gonna go ahead and get it cracking. Let me just send this right quick, and then we'll make it do what it do. Got all this stuff going on here. Act like y'all afraid of each other. Like it's our first time being on the panel.
Nobody's scared, nobody, man.
Yeah, well, I know you're not, man. I can count on you to speak up, man. But it's on everybody else. I just hear breathing.
We just getting ready to test.
Okay. Like y'all trying to size folks up or something, y'all?
I'm conserving my energy. I'm gonna need it.
I ain't got to
Absolutely. Second
I'm
one,
relaxed. Completely
Okay.
relaxed.
All right. We're going to go ahead and do it like this. Okay. All right. So black fatigue, it's worse than we thought, apparently. So I'm going to get you guys take about it. We're going to see what paths we go down tonight. See if we can have an excellent, respectful show, some healthy debates. I know you guys are very mature. So I know we can get nothing but the best tonight. I'm going to open it up with a little bit of clip just to kind of get us started and warmed up a little bit.
Hey man, it's getting spooky. I just came across something called black fatigue. And basically, it's white Americans are sick of our shit.
I got news for you. Black Americans are sick of your shit. Black people are sick of black people's shit.
Basically, society is saying that they're tired of how Black people are blaming things that have happened to us historically in the past. And they are also now adding different things that they have seen in society to that behavior as well, like loud mouthing or maybe, using certain words or certain behaviors in public.
Black fatigue seems to be growing, especially within the Black community. There's a growing frustration within certain behaviors, and more people are starting to speak up about it.
White people, Black people, Hispanic people are saying we have Black fatigue because of the behavior of some Black people.
It's not racist to call Black people out for their behavior and what they're doing to society at this moment. I'm glad people are noticing this because it's been so many years and it's finally catching up to y'all.
So is there some truth to it, or is it just another form of racism? And how come so many Black people are starting to speak up about this now? Either way, we got a lot to talk about today. Now, Black fatigue is a growing term in the social media world, a phrase that's meant to explain a rising frustration, dissatisfaction, and even resentment towards a small portion of the Black community and some of the dysfunctional behaviors that are increasingly being called out. But here's the thing, this isn't a new term. The phrase Black fatigue was originally coined in 2020 by Mary Frances Winters, a Black author from New York. She was inspired to explore the concept after hearing the same phrase come up again and again from Black millennials. "I'm tired," they kept on saying. The exhaustion wasn't just physical. It ran deep, tied to emotion, history, and identity. In her book, Black Fatigue, How Racism Erodes the Mind, Body, and Spirit, she explains that the original meaning of the term was about the centuries-long toll of the systematic racism passed down through generations. Now, that was the original definition, but now the term has taken on a completely new meaning.
Now to Black fatigue, it has recently been turned into a feeling that some white and Black people have who say they are damn tired of foolishness of some Black people.
It is a completely behavior-based issue. And when white people, Black people, Hispanic people are saying we have Black fatigue because of the behavior of some Black people, we've all seen it. We all know what it is. It's everywhere.
There are thousands of TikToks on it, posts all over X, YouTube videos, and even some mainstream outlets starting to cover it. I only started hearing about this term very recently, and at first I assumed it was mostly coming from people outside the Black community, but to my surprise, a large portion of the conversation is actually being led by Black people, and that's when I knew that I had to do my own research by looking into this and sharing my take on it with you. Many of the most viral TikToks on this topics are coming from within the community itself.
Black fatigue is real. Everybody is tired of Black people, but it's two specific types of Black people that everyone is tired of. Number one, everybody is tired of loud, ghetto, and ratchet, and violent, and mean, and angry all the time. Everybody is tired of them. Nobody wants to deal with them. Even other Black people do not want to deal with these people. You know when you see them in public, you know when they're going to give you attitude at the CVS. Everybody knows it, and they want to avoid it.
Oh yeah. All right, let's go ahead and kick it off, man. My first question I'm going to pose to the panel: when you hear Black fatigue, what does it mean to you? Go ahead, Drew.
I mean, I understood the original, definition of it. I think that was more in line, but it does sound like people are just annoyed with, maybe being inundated with the complaints of the community. Like they said, they're kind of building on this new narrative. So I can't say I disagree wholeheartedly. There's some truth to that. It's fair to hear people out, but I know it's new. Well, I'm sure we'll expound upon it, but that's what I have so far.
You ain't really said nothing, Trail. I mean, Drew. Playing safe. Go ahead, Pearl. Miss Pearl. I can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't say it like that. So it was a lot that was said in the video.
I want to know what's on the video. I just want to know, when you hear the word Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
It means what Miss Winters described it as. It's the erosion of our mind, body, and our spirit from systemic racism and daily microaggressions and lack of sustainable racial progress. So I don't like that they change terms that mean something for us to focus on. It gives other races of people who may be ignorant or avoidant of our issues that they may have directly caused. To piggyback on that, ignorance is ignorance across all races of people. We all have degenerates of every race and culture. We don't respect or accept those. That's not the highlight of who we are, and I don't think that's what we need to focus on. Black fatigue is what it stands for and what it will always be, and that's what we need to focus on. Why are we physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted? And let's not focus on the ignorance that they want to keep highlighting. Everybody will be sick of that. That's obvious. Let's just stay on the foundation and build off of that. I land my plane.
Pretty intellectual. When you hear Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
I mean, for me, it's the initial definition. It's Black people being sick and tired of always being classed in a box, whether it be in America or all across the world as a result of colonization and, YT inferiority. But typical, as usual, white people have a habit of stealing our words. So just like woke, and just like thug, and just like ghetto, and just like all of these other words, they just have a habit of not being able to find words themselves. So they take words that we use to describe and explain our experiences, and then they try to steal it to be their own definitions of something that is not the original definition of the word. So I think that Black people should not allow them to again take the word just like they did woke. It has a definition. Like, for example, I have Karen fatigue, right? I do. Genuinely, I cannot stand seeing them crash out in Walmarts and Targets all across America. But somehow, we're not, we all have fatigue with the other race, but find your own word. You see how I just made that up? I didn't have to steal something that's within the white community and make it something it's not. So, yeah, it's still the original definition for me.
Okay. All right, go ahead, not Miss Pearl, but Pearl.
Thanks for having me, guys. So when I think of Black fatigue, I think that people are kind of sick of Black people's behavior and excuses for the behavior. And I would say some of the behavior is, this is not all Black people, as I always have to say with these kind of conversations, but I would say these are some of the things that people are fatigued of. Black people committing more crime, a lack of basic decorum, a lack of good faith, at times a lack of work ethic, basic manners, sexual behavior in public, dressing overly provocative, taking advantage of white people's good nature, gaslighting, attitude. I could give stories where personally this has happened to me at work, in sports, in cities, and in friend groups. Somebody said microaggressions. I don't really know what that means, but I think that's kind of just an excuse for poor behavior. So that's what I would say it is.
Okay. Go ahead, Ella. Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
The original definition. I think that what we're witnessing is the fatigue of just ignorant behavior that all races carry. You know what I'm saying? So I think to just coin it as black fatigue, like what do we call what white people do? Is what's the word for that? Would it just be called, hey, we're just tired of ignorance, we're just tired of, or is it white fatigue? Like to me, black fatigue is what it originally means. But it's just funny to hear white people talk about the side effects of what their people have done to people, and then talk about, hey, I don't know what's wrong with them. Like, how do our people have been disrespected when we behaved at our best? When you look into history, when people get, you know what happened to us, all the violent atrocities, the redlining, those people wasn't sagging their pants. Those people wasn't rapping gangster lyrics. Those people were going to church. They was conservative. Their pants was buckled up. They was going to church and all that. And they was blowing them shits up. So when I hear white people, the most violent, the most aggressive, the most pillaging people to ever walk the face of this planet, actually call out people who are just showing the side effects of years of mental degradation, social degradation, economic chicanery. You talk. I know you're getting triggered. It's gonna be a long night. Get ready.
No, I'm not triggered. I thought we could go back and forth.
Nobody interrupted you. Get your seatbelt ready. It's gonna be a long night.
Overreaction. I was talking about.
No one look at you. See, like you can't even help it. You can't even help it. We ain't even get started yet. See, you ain't never. You just get your popcorn ready, baby. But like I was saying, right? Because we got literature. We ain't gonna just talk from just our thoughts. I hope you got some literature on your side, Miss Pearl. Pearl. I hope you got some literature, because I'm not gonna just speak from my thoughts, my opinions. I'm gonna quote from literature. So what I'm saying is, I'm tired of ignorance of all races. But to hear white people go out their way to co-sign this, when most of black people's issues, whether it be the drug issue, whether it be their issues with relationships, whether it be their issues with economics, whether it be the hijacking of their arts and the hijacking of putting negative images as far as music. We don't control media. We don't control the major networks. So for anything black people to do that we do negatively to be broadcasted to the world has to be funded, co-signed, and endorsed by a European. So to hear these same people talk about the things they've done to these people, and then when they have the nerve to show the side effects of that, say, hey, I don't know what they're talking about, just shows you what we're dealing with. So black fatigue is no such thing as black fatigue. It's just the fatigue of just ignorance of American culture, and it's eroding black people because we've been attached to most of these atrocities the most. So excuse us for the fact that we don't want to talk to you like we used to. We don't want to be as gracious as we used to, because when our parents and our grandparents was going to church and saying, yes, master, yes, Paul, yeah, you would blow their heads off. There was a story of a man, and I'm gonna shut up. There's a story of a man, I forgot his name, but there was a story. I could tell you about what happened in my job today. But there was a story of a man, I think his name was Booker, I forgot his last name. This was in the 50s, not that long ago. So let's not act like history don't matter, because we celebrate 4th of July every year. We celebrate past the Civil War and 7 years ago, Ulysses Grant, all these old forefathers, we acknowledge them every year. So the history means a whole lot to this country. He worked at a restaurant for white people. And he said, hey, I try to do my best. I be nice. They call me the N-word. They talk to me crazy. I'm just trying to take care of my family. I'm trying to take care of my kids. At nighttime, I got my own restaurant, and I work it myself. So this man works for white people in the daytime, Mississippi, and at nighttime, he works at his own restaurant. So at that time, black people, we don't have, even now, but in the 50s, you think, who owns cameras? Who owns media networks? So we don't. So even the people who interviewed him was white. But guess what happened to that man? They killed him days later, just because he had the nerve to tell white people who asked him, well, how white people treat you, just for him to get killed by white people. So I don't want to hear no white person talk about black fatigue. Now, if you want to talk about the degradation of America, you want to talk about the lack of literacy in youth, you want to talk about just drugs in general, just immoral culture of Western culture, I'm all for that. But don't blame it on black people, because we're only doing what was done to us.
All right, Pearl, you want to respond real quickly?
Well, yeah, I had a question. How does this work? Am I able, when they're talking, can we go back and forth like a conversation, or that's not allowed here? I'm okay with either. I just wasn't positive.
I mean, if you want to
trying to be
interject, and if the person allows it, then that's fine. But if they say let me finish, then just allow them to finish. Then I'll just come back to you so you can respond.
Yeah, because you was doing every person. Like everybody went their turn. He went in row. We could see the panels. He went one by one. It was my turn.
Yeah. So again, I would say even in that interaction, I was very polite to you, where you automatically assumed the worst. So that kind of reiterates what I was talking about. The next argument I'm going to go through. So I'm gonna,
No, but what did I assume?
I'm gonna keep going. That's going to be gaslighting right there. So gaslight. Pretend you weren't doing what you did, which is totally fine. I'm a big girl; I can handle it. But
no, you
is
can't.
an example of the black fatigue. Then you're saying you're blaming it on history. I just think goes back to white people are kind of tired of hearing excuses.
Of course you are.
Yeah, and it just.
Of course you are, but why wouldn't you be tired of it?
As an adult, you are responsible for your own behavior. So if you do something rude, or if you commit a crime, you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible for it.
Absolutely. But that's not a black crime. It's not a black
White
issue.
people commit more crime in this country than black people. So let's if we're gonna speak facts, let's really stop talk statistics and stop just blowing just saying out anything, because like Illa said, you're just
black men are
20 times you're not really spewing out any facts.
Black men are
because over 50%. No, let me
black
speak.
men are 20 times more violent than white men.
That's what I'm saying. You're showing.
Hold on.
She said off the interruptions.
Hold on.
She should have started interrupting people, because we weren't interrupting nobody. But you want to interrupt, so now you're flowing off the flow of the flow, which is what they do in real life. Go off the flow of everything.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
She throwing up racist talking points.
Hold on. Let's just do one at a time. Okay, I got the timer. We're gonna do 3 minutes and 50-second timer. Go ahead, let Pearl finish. Getting back to Illa. Illa just remain on silent until she finishes. Go ahead, Pearl. You're on mute. Let me take you off.
Felonies. 51% of arrests for murder in 2019 were black. Black women are 7% of the population, 39% of abortions. Felony conviction rate for black individuals is 61%. Black people are 13% of the population, but are incarcerated 38% of the time. 48% of black adults are obese. 54% of black women are obese. 1 in 4 black children born in 1990 had an imprisoned parent by age 14. Yeah, so if you want facts, there are some facts. Go ahead.
I would like to know, how do you quantify black men being more violent? I think that there's statistics, but how do you go and measure that? Like, without just the numbers, how do we go through our daily lives and observing just reality that black men, just by default, just by being black, are more violent than all other males walking around? How do we quantify that?
I would say, number one, the data reflects it. And also my real lived experience. I would say that is what I have seen in real life. So
I haven't seen a black man be violent in my years of experience. So what are we talking about?
Okay.
It's 43 million black Americans that live here. So your statistics are flawed, like all of the rest of YT statistics.
How are they flawed?
Because statistically, black men are not more violent than white men.
It's
just not a stated fact.
They're 20.
No. That's just not a stated fact.
Where are your facts?
They literally colonized an entire civilization. White men are inherently violent, right? That's why we have all of this school stuff going on. We're not doing that.
Do you feel safer in a white neighborhood or a black neighborhood?
I feel more safer in a black neighborhood.
Well,
that's why I live on property in North.
God help you.
Yeah. I do. I don't feel safe around white people. Like, I'm scared of you right now. I'm afraid because it's because of the white fatigue. Because, and to answer JR's question, I believe that black fatigue is the original answer, and I believe that they try to flip it, just like they try to crowbar their way into using the N-word by trying to tell people that that's okay because they now want to say it. No, it's for us and it's by us. Y'all can't say that either. And y'all can't try to hijack a term that the professor wrote a book about it. You know what I'm saying? So it just goes to show the colonizer mindset that you guys have in your brain. It's literally disgusting. And it's sickening, right? It's like almost like a mental illness to me, because there is no way that y'all just really came in and hijacked this term in an effort to humiliate or talk down on Black people. When you pull up those statistics, do you know that Black people patent over 50,000 inventions in this country? Do you know that we built institutions? We actually built this country from scratch.
No, you
so
didn't.
when you bringing up statistics, please,
What institutions did you?
Yo, let her finish talking.
We know our history. We know who we are. We know our history, and we know we've been here, and we still here. Like 47% of Black Americans live in the middle class. So that little small degenerate class of people that you like to brag about and y'all like to put on the forefront, we don't like them either. They get shunned by us too. So this whole concept of Black fatigue doesn't really exist. Like Illa said, it doesn't exist. That's just a people fatigue.
But you can't tell people how to. You can't tell
people like any of those things. So
if you you can't tell people.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
We live under a system of white supremacy right now. We live under a system of white supremacy. That's not going to change today. That's not going to change tomorrow. Currently in 2025, Black people live under a system of white supremacy. So to sit on this panel, Pearl, and be disingenuous and act like that doesn't exist, you lying. You lying.
All right. Let me go to get these other folks in before we go ahead and start this debate. Amir, I'm coming to you next with the same question. What does Black fatigue mean to you?
I don't know what to say. I mean, I just want to be honest. Like every single time that we have this type of conversation, I can't speak honestly. I can't, because every time I speak, I get told to shut up. I'm not Black. I don't understand why they do the things that they do. If I speak on my observations, I'm seen as hateful. If I speak on pattern recognition, I'm seen as hateful or racist. I don't think that this is a proper panel for me to speak on those options, on those topics. I would love to, but every time that I want to bring out a problem or an issue, it turns into something that is not fruitful. I didn't know what the topic was before I came on, JR. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you can speak on it.
No, we did this last time.
Really? They made it
last time. No, I mean, we did this last time. I mean, I can't. I mean, I don't even want to speak on it because
I would like to know I would like to know what would you say is one of the problems that you observe, Amir? If you're saying there's a problem.
True, you weren't here the last time, or maybe you were. We talked about it briefly, and all I did was speak about what we see. And then as soon as I spoke about things that I see, it was like one of the answers was, well, that's because white people did this, and you don't understand because they did this, and that's why Black people do this, and you can't speak on it because you're not Black, so you don't know. So I don't.
The preemptive cloak of victimhood is giving me fatigue. Like I think that's very exhausting. I'm fatigued with that.
I'm fatigued further with the attitude. You see, she's so polite. Attitude from the Black
girl. I think
she's not even giving you attitude, and Pretty can definitely give some attitude, and she ain't even giving it to you. But the fact that you're talking while they're talking, while the fact that you have an average, I could kill you easily with the stats and history, because this is the thing about that's annoying me about you, because we all know that Black people have a lot of issues. We're from the hood. I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I live.
Be honest about it.
Can I finish talking, please? This is your expression why we're upset, because the fact that you think that you're a white woman with 2 million subscribers coming to a Black channel, you think that we're supposed to bow to you as you think that you're the face of intelligence on this panel, but you're not. We're gonna let you talk, sweetheart. Just wait. So what I'm saying is, white folks, we all know Black people have a lot of issues. It's given. I grew up in the inner city. I've seen the dangers of gangs. I've seen the drama of single parent households. It's not nothing to be proud of. It's terrible. But everything has a chronological order. And one thing about being an American, America loves and values and cherishes history. This country values history. They remind you all the time about the Civil War. They remind you all the time about the Gettysburg Address. They remind you all the time about how this country was founded and how the great forefathers of the past, all cultures venerate their history. So let's not pretend that history has no place on the current time. There's a difference between making excuses and saying how things came about. You build a house, you build your foundation, then you build the walls. It's a chronological order, then you have a house. Black people in this country have been attacked when they behave their best. So for you to make claims as if our behavior is a direct correlation with how we're treated by Europeans, there's no precedence for that. Because we have proof that when we did behave a certain way, when we did carry ourselves at the highest levels of civility, we were just not disagreed with, not ostracized, murdered. So if we were murdered when we behaved at our best, that's evidence that our behavior is not what dictates this negative response from Europeans. But you want to talk about numbers, so I'm gonna read something to you.
Hey, you gotta wrap it up. You gotta wrap it up.
I just want to read this real quick, JR. These, because she loved to bring up numbers. These are stats from sexual abuse offenses. 93.5% of individuals sentenced for sexual abuses were men. 55.1% were white. 15.2% were Hispanic, 13.9% were Black, 13% were Native American, and 2.8% were other races. 67% of individual cases involving production of child pornography were white. 55%. Hold on, sweetheart.
You've been talking forever.
55.6% of individual cases involving travel for prohibited sexual contact were white. 60.5% of individual cases involved in criminal abuse were Native American. 85% of individual cases involving statutory rape.
We gotta wrap it up, Ella.
I'm just saying, you get the gist of it, because I got information.
I'll just say the difference.
But it's not about being racist.
Ella.
All right, Ella,
I just say
all you can do is laugh. I ain't lying.
The difference. Yeah, see, that's again.
Pearl, 30 seconds. Pearl, 30 seconds. I get
White people don't get offended by laughing and smiling. That's just basic respect, decorum, politeness.
I'm not offended by it.
No, y'all definitely get offended when you hear
That's actually micro. That's
Hold
actually
on,
the microaggression.
Let it go.
Let Pearl get up 30 seconds. And
the second thing is, I think as an adult, you are responsible for your behavior. So I wouldn't blame that on history. I would blame it on your poor life choices if you're somebody that's made a poor life choice. And because I was rudely interrupted, it's okay. I did it too. The attitude. Chill out.
Hey, Ella, let her finish so we can go ahead and get the ball. Ella, just mute up, Ella.
That's all right. He could go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Bo. Never get cool in there.
Yeah. You ain't running shit.
Okay, great. Good God. So now I forgot the question. Oh, how do I feel about the word black fatigue? So when I hear it, I just hear literally my entire existence. It's being the safe light skin that's got to hear, you ain't like them other ones. You don't speak like them other ones. You don't act like them other ones. And I'm just like, that's what I hear when I think about Black fatigue. I am tired of them skating by and not taking accountability for the fact that they don't have to know anything about racism, the structure of it, how we have to live our lives going through it. They're not required to know it. So then they're like a bull in a china shop every single day, going through life, just knocking people over at free will whenever they get a chance, and not having to apologize about it, yet still playing the victim. Because don't get mad because I done came in here and knocked all this shit over. You just got to deal with it. So now you got an attitude, and I'm gonna call out your attitude for something that I created. And And I personally call that the white woman syndrome, where they create the problems and then cry about what they did and the reaction to it. But the internalized oppression that Black people have, they hate what they've been told to hate. They buy into the stereotypes that white people said. So that's kind of what has me tired as well. And that is what I think of when I think about Black fatigue. It is having to be responsible for someone else's creation. Like having to pay for something that someone else did. Being responsible your entire existence, generation after generation. That's what I think of.
All right, go ahead, Cooley. Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
Yeah. So, I mean, one, I would say the term Black fatigue, I remember when I first heard it, this was some years ago. It is a term that was, psyoped by white conservatives, just like the word woke. Black people use that term as far as, oh, man, you woke, man. You know about history. You know about Black history. You know about these things. So truthfully, if we're being honest, the term has been psyoped by white conservatives, and it's the far right white conservatives, if we're being truthfully honest. And they have an agenda. The agenda is what I truly think the agenda is. I think it's a complete psyop, because if it's a thing that Black fatigue is real, white fatigue is real, Puerto Rican fatigue is real, all the fatigues is real. Mexican fatigue is real. Oh, y'all niggas crossing the border? God dang, stop crossing the border. Put the borders up. Why isn't Trump saying Mexican fatigue? Right? So truthfully, I think it's a psyop, and a lot of the whites have been psyoped by, things that's being trendy on the media right now. Like they'll see a video on X and it's a Black woman acting ratchet, which I don't condone this behavior. I think it's immoral. I think it makes the community look bad, right? So we have to be honest about those things too that we do see on the media. But I do think that it's a clear psyop. But let's peel the layer back to this. Why is this happening? Why is the white community on the right? And I would say that I'm a fairly conservative guy. I voted for Trump if anyone doesn't watch my content, but I'm just being open and honest here from what I see, right? But I think it's also a side effect of white guilt. Let's speak about white guilt for a little bit. What is white guilt? White guilt is it's dumb. Like, how did this even come about? Like, white people shouldn't feel guilty for what their ancestors done in the past. There's no Black guilt. Like, think about this. Like, how did a particular community, I would say, just be honest, the Jewish community, I would say more of not them. What'd you say? I gotta. Yeah, that J word, just that. Yeah. Well, we won't stick with the J word, but let's say let's give them another word. Let's just say it's AIPAC, Israel, those type of individuals. I think it was a psyop, and if you think about it, they truly had to psyop the whites and also psyop the Blacks as well, because they wanted to seem like a victim class. So they made then the Black people seem like a victim class as well. And that's what created this white guilt, right? So I think it's a side effect of white guilt, and these white people feel ashamed of, like, think about it, when these white people are kneeling down to these Black Hebrew Israelites for all of the sins that their ancestors committed. I think maybe you've seen some clips like that. It's very stupid where you see this. It's pitiful almost. But I think that, I'll land my plane in a second. I think that the people that have the white guilt, it turned into rage. It flipped and it turned into a rage guilt. So then it went from, when they finally got the truth, and the curtains was peeled back, it's like, wait, we were lied to. We don't need to feel ashamed about what our ancestors did in the past. So now they're like noticing every flaw within the Black community. They're noticing it all. It's like, wait, I had to feel white guilt before, but these Black people are acting wild over there. What's going on? black fatigue. So I think it's like this rage guilt that's coming out of the white community, right? Now, these are just all my thoughts on this randomly. I wasn't really prepared for this conversation, but I'll go ahead and land my plane there since the time ran out.
All right, would anybody like to respond to Cooley or Pearl, anything?
I would say that it's really not a social media thing. White people get fatigued from black people's behavior in real life. I could give some personal examples. For example, I was in an office. It was all white. The one black guy that worked there decided we're in a sales job. Instead of calling the customers, he was going to call fax lines. So it would register as if he was calling people, but there was no one on the other end. Hiring a black person, having them steal from me. My parents live in an all-white neighborhood. A black family moves in. There's a literal murder. Swear to God, 2 doors down from where my parents live. So, in my experience, and I think white people really, and you guys aren't going to believe this, but I don't think really white people are taught to see race or care about it or talk about it. But then I know you're not going to believe it, but I'm telling you, we don't
Hey,
care.
Pearl, question for you.
And then I'll finish and then you can go. And then real life happens, and black people take advantage of white people's kindness. And then, that's how we're here.
Hey, Pearl, quick question for you. Do you think that it's like black fatigue and the things that you experience? Do you think that it's something that's unique to white people? Like, do you not think that, black people feel a fatigue about whites or other races and things? Or do you think that it's specifically unique to black people?
I think white woman fatigue is real. I'd actually agree with you on that. Like Karens, I would totally agree. God, there's a lot of people tired of Karens. But no, I would say if black people were that fatigued with white people, every time they get money, they move into our neighborhoods. So I think
it's our neighborhoods.
1 second. I think it's interesting, right? Like when we talk about black fatigue or white fatigue, whatever that means, the fact that our children in schools now have to do mass shooter drills instead of tornado drills causes me to have white fatigue.
Well, do you know the issue?
Damn, let her finish.
Well, there's a.
Hold on,
Let her finish.
The entire structure of how we prep our children in schools, because the majority of them are YT people, that gives me fatigue a little bit, Makes me want to like homeschool.
Okay, the issue with that
stat is that it's true. The issue with that statistic is it's true and it's riling you up and it's making you turn into a tomato.
I'm so
Come on down,
calm.
let me finish.
I'm actually so
Be
calm.
feminine. Okay, but be feminine. Let me see it. Let me see that femininity come out of you.
Oh my God.
Okay? Anyways, so the fact that we have had to hide our animals because y'all just love to screw them, right? Like bestiality, y'all take over that, right? Like y'all just be out here with the animals, okay? Like somebody needs to talk to you guys about that. The fact that you guys have had a 400+ year head start and are still the main ones on government assistance. Let's talk about West Virginia, right? And how that entire state is struggling because they were the only ones on Medicare Plus. So we're not going to sit here and act like the entire country, taxpaying citizens, parents, right, of children who are going to public schools don't have white fatigue about the entire structure of our country having had to change because white people cannot seem to take advantage of this 400-year head start that you guys have been given. I would be fatigued as well. I was watching a video, my personal experience. I was watching a video the other day where there was a group of poor whites standing up, pissed off because there was an immigrant driving a Lexus. They're like, look at him driving a Lexus. He just got here 3 years ago and we are still in our hoopties. Yeah, I would be pissed off too. I would be mad that somehow I've had this much of a head start. And yet, whenever you see a black and brown person somehow catch up to you and pass you while your entire family is sharing just one set of dentures, you get pissed off. Like you get pissed off. I understand it. But I just need y'all to relax a little bit and understand that fatigue goes both ways, my love.
If we're being honest too, we have to be honest and truly honest. If we look at the black community, one of the real problems with the black community is the lack of fatherhood in the community. And one can only say when you're tend to think about this, well, why don't they have any fathers in the house? If you look in the 50s, actually, there were more black fathers in the house, where I think that it was more white fathers. I think there was more black fathers in the household than there were more white fathers. Per capita is what I mean. So like, if you look at things, the side effects of, single mothers raising the children, we know that they lead to juvenile delinquents. They lead to a lot of gang violence and a lot of things like that. And if we look at the ideology of things, because I always like to say influence creates thinking and thinking creates behavior. So, well, what ideology did the black woman adopt? They adopted the liberal white woman's ideology to be independent of a man. Feminism started from the liberal white woman. They want to be independent from the man. They want to be equal to the man. They want all of the same rights and opportunities as a man. So if we're being truly, truly honest here, and we're speaking about black fatigue, the reason why y'all white people is upset is because of the ideology that the ideology that came from the white woman that the black woman adopted. And this is why they got rid of the man and married the government and got on SNAP benefits. That's where most of the problems are coming from. So I'll land my plane there.
So I'd like to start with the school shooter stat. That's not accurate because on the south side of Chicago, the issue is the way they like capture the stats. There's a lot of school shootings that aren't included because it's like a certain number that has to die. If it's over a certain number, it's not included in the stats. If you go into the south side of Chicago, there's a lot more shootings than like at the white schools in the suburbs. Majority white, obviously there's no rule or anything. Okay, next, I don't think black people are really aware of how unlikable and how much attitude you guys have a lot of the time, even on this panel, pretty intellectual, pretty bad attitude. I don't really have that as much with the white women on my shows, although I am also tired of white liberal women. You have no argument with me on that, except that I still don't really like blaming a group of people's behavior on someone else. You are responsible for your own actions as an adult, but I do agree that white women are annoying. You will gaslight us and pretend that white people have the same issues, but in real life, I've lived in mostly black communities and mostly white communities. And when I was in a white community, there's a lot of issues that I did not see that I did see when I was in a black community. You can get mad and get angry at that. But when I was in the black community, I would see people shoplifting. I never saw that in 20 years of living in a white community. Things like that. So again, you can gaslight white people and say it doesn't exist or we're making it up. But at the end of the day, we do believe what we see with our eyes. And the other thing is, you said white women and bestiality or something with dogs. The difference is we don't get triggered. So if you say, white women are weird with their dogs, I would agree. So
real quick, let me ask Pearl one question. Hey, Pearl, question for you. So do you think where do you think like crime would happen in a rich, speaking of white people, right? A rich, like say they're making a wealthy white family. Am I muted or no?
No, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I know where you're going with this. I'm going to just drop in one stat, but white people commit the most white collar crimes. So for her to get on this panel and say they don't steal, they steal. I work with them. They steal a lot. Okay,
I would agree with you. I would agree. Why can't we have a conversation about black crime without bringing up white people?
Yeah.
What? Are you serious?
I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't disagree. But the challenge is,
would that be considered white fatigue?
When you say something about white people, I would say I am fatigued with some stuff with white people. Like,
no, but is white fatigue a thing?
White women transitioning their kids, that's really annoying. I'm like, why are we doing that, ladies? But I'm not going to get triggered and pretend it doesn't happen. The difference is when I say a stat that's negative about black people, you guys gaslight me and pretend it's not real.
We're not gaslighting.
We didn't deny none of it. But go ahead, Cooley.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question
because experience, like I said, and it's 43 million of us. So it just sounds disingenuous and illiterate. It doesn't sound smart for you to say the 20 Black people I've encountered, I've had these experiences, because I grew up in a predominantly Black neighborhood, and I can tell you my credential.
I've interviewed.
And no white people.
Cool. Let's go and let Cooley
Cool.
speak.
Like if,
Hold on, Aisha.
I mean, if we're being honest, we got to be honest about Black people too. The thing is, the Black community we've been hearing it. Like I've been hearing Black people need to get themselves together and pull themselves up by their bootstraps since I was a youngin. So we've always heard this from white people. It's nothing new to us, but I do think that Black people, there are a lot of effeminate people in Black culture, and we need to get away with that. We need a patriarch in the home. But the question that I was posing to you, because I just want to get to your thinking. So if there's a wealthy, where do you think more crime would happen? In a wealthy white neighborhood or in like a trailer park white neighborhood? Where do you think more crime would happen?
Probably in the trailer park neighborhood.
In a trailer park, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you're speaking about, now let's go to Black people. If you looking at a wealthy Black family or the hood Black family, where do you think more crime would happen?
Do you know what? It would probably be in the hood, but from my personal experience, even when Black people move into white neighborhoods,
you just terrible.
A lot of time. No, I'm being for real. You know, I lived in
Pearl, to answer the question, you would say that you would see a difference there. So since there's a difference between white wealth and white poverty and the crime rate would be higher within the white poverty, and it would be the same within the Black wealthy class and the Black poor class. You would see more crime where there's less income. This is true. So if we just take that into account, well, yeah, why it isn't a race factor. It's more to it. It's more of a community, education, family, a nuclear family. So there's more factors and just the color Black fatigue. There's more factors into it.
So you can.
So okay, are you saying
then
then there's an ethnicity thing that's unique to Black people?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah. And this is just my personal experience.
Okay, got it. So then it's just unique to Black people. That's what I wanted to know. You want to get to the ideology of people.
Let her respond, and then we'll get Ms. Pearl.
All you can, slice the numbers to say whatever you want in some cases. But there's just a lack of basic decorum that even when Black people come into white spaces, a lot of times they lack. As I said earlier, it's an attitude thing, a lack of work ethic thing. It's not all, because again, I've met Black people that don't do this. It's not every single one. But just as a group, balance of probabilities, you're going to get more of an attitude, lack of good faith, more emotional is just the trends that I've noticed, even on this panel. But not you, Cooley. You've been great. So
go ahead, Ms. Pearl.
Of course.
Go ahead.
So there was a lot that was said. I want to make us aware that when we're talking about media and what we're seeing, our stats, where we're getting our information, your statistics are from the FBI and the Bureau of Justice. Okay, what I basically want to say is those people have been and will always be against Black people. They're always going to perpetuate a fraud. They're always going to convey things that are not all the way real. I could go on there and speak about stats, and I think you're heavier on stats, Pearl, but you've been on another platform where it's already kind of been exposed that you've publicly stated that statistics are not always factual. So I know that you kind of lead with that. But you can give misleading information. You can give information that has been delivered to you.
I can explain that.
Let them talk. Damn.
I know you mentioned earlier you didn't know what microaggressions are. What you're doing now, like you're interrupting, is very subtle, but it's very intentional. It's a slight and it's an insult. Like you won't let me finish this if you're trying to epistemically take my knowledge away or my stance in terms of like you just might, like you said, I should just camera down right now. That's insulting. If I'm speaking to you, that's as if you're turning your back to me. But I'll continue. I'll speak to people who are relevant to the conversation and who are actually listening and want to add value to our community and our culture and help us evolve. See, I was just playing a little bit, but I'm gonna take the gloves off. So when she was speaking about Blacks taking advantage of white people's kindness, she said that once. And then she also said that we take advantage. Hey, how you doing? You take advantage of white people's nature. I don't understand how you could speak about white people's nature here in the U.S., those same people who continuously oppress us under colonialism, patriarchy, and capitalism, which can't literally operate those three motors without sexism and racism of some form. So I don't understand why or how you think we would be taking advantage of a person's nature who are literally oppressing, suppressing, and depressing us. That's why we're having this issue and this conversation about Black fatigue. It's something that white supremacy has created. And until you acknowledge that and culturally justify why you won't let us have our way and be alone and do, because in Tulsa, Oklahoma, we were fine in 1921. We were also good in the 60s too. We were good before you guys came and stopped our movement for human rights and started the feminine movement. We were always fine. We don't need you all. But when you speak like this, it speaks as if you come from a place of white ignorance and white avoidance. It's like you pretend you don't know these issues exist, and then you don't want to talk about them. You kind of do both of those. So before you kind of interrupted me, I was speaking about like our media representation, which we know is one-sided, and that's evolving around artificial whiteness. It's the ideology that's embedded in the concepts of like AI and where you get your statistics, the media, and what we're talking about right now. It mimics the logic of white supremacy, and it's very Eurocentric and masculinist. But I get it. That's where you get your information from. But again, it's one-sided. It doesn't add value to this conversation. But I'll let my plane because I know real people understand.
Let me ask her a question to test her logic. If you mind yielding the floor to me, Pearl, I would just want to test her logic.
No, I was going to respond to her.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. Because I just want to test the logic. It sounded nonsensical, but go ahead.
No, so the reason I know she said that I forgot what she said about the facts, data, and statistics, but my opinion on facts, data, and statistics is they can be helpful. However, you do need to take them with a grain of salt because you will be easily manipulated if anybody can put a study in front of you and you automatically believe the study. So that's my opinion on it. I think I've interviewed 1,000 people and I found that what you see in real life with your eyes is the most accurate. So you can take that or leave it. I understand other people have different opinions. And that kind of goes back to the good nature. Again, you can say like, white people, you have nothing to complain about. Black people don't take advantage of your good nature. But if enough white people have that same experience, which a lot of us have had, you can't gaslight us into not feeling it. Like, for example, I hired somebody and I got a camera stolen from me. Hired a black person, hired another black person. They said I had a colonial mindset. And basically called me a racist at the time, even though I doubled their subscribers. And it's like, we offer opportunity after opportunity, and it's not all. Some of my best employees have also been black, but I just haven't had the same experience. And me personally, I've interviewed 1,000 people across countries, and I've also hired every single race. Like there's no race I haven't hired. So there's patterns and things that you have when dealing with black people that you don't with other races. And, you can pretend it's not real, but our real life experience is gonna keep fatiguing. So
yeah, you've spoken on nothing but your personal experience this entire time.
Yeah,
yourself.
Facts. And we don't talk about personal experiences on this panel.
Yeah,
I do want to get True in there. Go ahead, True. And
I
then
don't think
what Cooley wanted to ask.
Yeah, I don't think that it's fair, Pearl, that you make it seem like a person's response has to coincide with what is palatable for certain demographics. If somebody responds with passion, that's their right. If they're not throwing hands or maybe trying to be overly offensive, in my opinion, I don't think that's an issue, because you compared a lot of times that as a white woman, you're not triggered. Well, that's your personal choice. If someone gets triggered by something that is being presented to them, I think they have the room for that. When they start getting disrespectful, then that's different. But your comparisons to me are very bleak. People typically focus on very limited experiences and then expound upon it and make it conclusional. And I don't think that that's fair. White people don't spend enough time around Black people to, in my opinion, gather the real life experience that is the vast majority. So if you have one isolated incident or maybe even a dozen, and then you compare it to how old that person is, all these other variables, that's what we're trying to get you to understand. You, in my opinion, you can't form a hard conclusion. And I think that sometimes maybe people like yourself, maybe people that belong to, you know, your class per se, they typically try to focus on what they believe to be behavior, and then not having the skill set, in my also opinion, to be able to engage and dismantle some of these interactions. What I've noticed is that there's petty crime and then there's organized crime. White people typically are organized with their crime. They will set up contracts. They will set up whole agendas to thieve from talent and from individuals, and then make it seem like it's okay because that individual, those group of people may not be privy to how things truly work. So I think that the fact that you make it seem like, oh, well, we're not that bad. It's not a bad or a good. I think people need to grow up. I think people need to be better, but you can't say one is better or worse in my opinion. And I think that's the issue that I'm having, because I see white people have attitude and I see some that are pleasant. I see some that are thieves. I see some that are not. It's, you know, this is a human type of situation. I think Cooley tried to set that up as like, please explain to us in your experience where you see this happening on a regular basis. And I asked you a question: how do you quantify a Black man being more violent? You would have to start at the exception of every male born and then track their life. Because I can tell you, being a brother, most brothers are not violent. Most brothers can't even fight. Most men can't fight. They don't even, you know, own the copyright of martial arts being something that is a discipline, but also is tied to knowing how to strike and knowing how to defend oneself. So for you to make blatant statements, I think is very disingenuous. I would like to have a conversation where we can hopefully grow and learn some stuff, but the attacks are not necessary, in my opinion. And I land.
Okay, so can I respond? Cool. All right. So again, Black people do have the right to be passionate when they talk, but we also have the right to be fatigued. So it can be very fatiguing when, you know, it's a little bit rude. Just my opinion. You can take it or leave it. Black people do commit more crimes. I think it's very obvious with the crime rate. The fact that you're kind of uneasy generally when you're in a Black area, you're much more likely to have someone commit a crime. And a third of Black men have felonies. So, I mean, I don't even know why we're arguing that point. Like, it's very obvious that Black people commit more violent crime. Like, I'm not going to gaslight you about the liberal white women. Like, can't we just be real here for like 2 seconds?
If you add in per capita, we can have an honest conversation. If you add in per capita, we
fine. Say per capita. Fine.
You did not, but you said commit.
I know, but see, that's bad faith.
Fundamentally, do not. That would not be the case.
It's like it never ends.
You continue to speak on your personal experience. You continue to center yourself. You spoke about employing Black people. The majority of white people in America are laborers. They do not employ anybody. They are employed. So therefore, you speaking about your experience as an employer is quite literally antidotal to you and the minority. The majority of people are not out here hiring people. So
that's not true, though. That's not what I said.
And another thing that I know about you, like you're third generation, like your family is wealthy. So you do not have any experience with, oh, I was in a white neighborhood and the Black people moved in. You didn't talk to the Black people, sweetie. You did not talk to the Black people. You were not around the Black people.
Oh, that's
you are making it up.
Okay.
So that's why it's hard to listen to you, because I would like you to say something that's founded in fact and not just your feelings. I do understand, like, you want to embody the ideology of a feminine woman, but please try to practice some stoicism and speak on some kind of facts. Like, use some numbers. You threw out a bunch of statistics from the FBI, then turned around and said, I don't trust statistics, and then spoke specifically about your experience as soon as your statistics from the FBI was debunked. So like what we're seeing here is that you're pivoting and you're continuously trying to do this to move us from the point of the argument. But the point of the argument is Black fatigue based in something more than just pearly things experience.
Well, it wouldn't just be my experience because there's a ton of people online talking about theirs too. Ton of white people are talking about their experience with Black people. This is not just me. I don't really understand that.
But Pearl, real quick, by that logic, we have to say that there's a ton of Black people speaking about all the systematic oppression and everything from white people.
Cooley. I gotta finish Cooley.
Just logic.
But you just interrupted everybody on the panel, though.
Because everyone's talking to me. So
we're talking about a topic.
Hold on, y'all.
That's fair.
Pearl,
Yeah, let her
Pearl.
land her plane. That's my mistake. Go ahead, Pearl.
See, God, I see. I kind of forgot. So this is why I try to get going. But wait, hold on. I forgot what you said. Sorry. Yeah. Please. Yeah, I'm trying to.
I'm gonna go ahead and switch it up a little bit. How much of today's behavior comes from history, like slavery and Jim Crow?
Yeah. So, you mind if I speak on this a little bit real quick? Because I was gonna ask a question to Miss Pearl and then also Pearl, because Pearl says something like, well, I see a lot of things on social media and a lot of whites are complaining. If using that logic, you would have to be logically consistent and say, well, since Black people are always speaking about, the past history of, white people enslaving us and Jim Crow and everything like that, then that must have some legitimacy to it as well, right? This if we're being logically consistent. But anyways, to answer your question, you said, how much does the past history have to do with today? Do I have
how
that
much
right?
of today's behavior? And I'm going to drop the timer down to 2 minutes. We got to get some other folks in, y'all, because some of the same people talking. How much
I
of
got you. I'll
today's
make it clean
behavior
and
comes
concise.
from history, like slavery and Jim Crow?
Yeah, so I would say not too much, but it depends on the person. So if you think about what depression is dwelling on the past. And if you're dwelling on the past too much, you can find yourself in a state of rumination. And if you're in that state of rumination, it's very hard for you to overcome and move forward and to grow when you find yourself in that state of rumination. I think that currently a lot of Black people, when they say things like, oh, well, systematic oppression, we were oppressed in the past, those Black people are weak-minded, feminine Black people, and they're relying that all of their thought process is focusing on the past. So they're actually in a state of rumination, just like how a depressed person would be in a state of rumination. It's very similar. I think that mental state, Black people need to overcome that. It's pitiful. It's the saddest thing that I see from my Black people. And I'll be honest, I used to be in that state of the victim mindset and thinking about the past, but that's something that we all have to overcome.
Okay, go ahead, Bo. Same question to you. How much of today's behavior comes from history, like slavery and Jim Crow?
Say that again. Sorry.
How much of today's behavior comes from history, like slavery and Jim Crow?
Well, I know history, right? But we don't know exactly when. Just like these incomplete numbers that I have been hearing that are directed toward my people. Those numbers are a direct result of history and the state of the Black community right now, because if you take away someone's ability to be self-sustaining, then they are going to commit a crime. And a lot of the crimes that we commit are proximity crimes. So this fake narrative that is being painted that we are out here trying to get these napkin colored people, we are not. We largely commit those crimes in our own community, just like they commit like horrible atrocities in their own community as napkin colored people. So history plays a large part, the economy plays a large part, and racism plays a large part in what happens in our community. When you put people in a desolate situation, when you put them in the projects. That creates hostility. That creates desperation. That creates people who are going to get it however they can. And so that's what I mean by internalized oppression. You are believing, you drank the Kool-Aid and you hate your own people for reacting to a system that they were put in, and the system that still is going, that still is functioning. When I tell you that thing get an oil change every 3 months, it's going. It ain't stopped going. They keep that thing maintained, oiled up, and ready to go. So to say that history plays no part, and just because we have melanin in our skin, that makes us some beautiful ass people, moisturized too, and unwrinkled 45. We we have to pay the price for something that someone else created, and then we have to get someone up here that is spewing skewed numbers, incomplete, not skewed, incomplete numbers at us.
Go ahead, Ish.
What was the question? I took notes, but
The question, how much of today's behavior comes from history like slavery and Jim Crow?
okay, all of it, but I don't know why. It created wealth and economic inequality. This came from,
I think she froze. We'll come back to it. Go ahead, Ella.
I think Jim Crow and slavery is like low-hanging fruit. I heard Cooley say, people looking to the past is weak. I think looking to the past, it can be weak, but everybody in the world does it. You know what I'm saying? Just that we never got compensated for what we went through. So it sounds. Oh, go ahead. She back, so I'll let her go. Go ahead, Aisha. I'll come back.
so we're gonna just talk about, because you just said slavery. I'm gonna just say the 20th century, right? So we'll just say, and it just keeps doing this. So in the 20th century, we have redlining. I was in the military, so we can talk about the GI Bill exclusion, discriminatory lending practices, hiring discrimination prevented Black families from acquiring assets at the same rate as white people. So that means today, the typical white family has 6 to 8 times the wealth of the typical Black family. This gap is directly connected to policies that blocked assets accumulation from the 1860s all the way to 1975. Okay, if you want to talk about neighborhoods, housing, and segregation, racial zoning began in 1910 to 1930. We weren't even able to be in suburbs to 1960. Okay, so most American metropolitan segregation today still matches those redliners as well as the schools. The schools still remain segregated. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. So modern segregation is not accidental. It was purposely done, and it's just a racist policy. If we want to go into the criminal justice system, from 1970 to 1990, because we're talking about the 20th century, the war on drugs, mandatory minimums, crack versus cocaine, powder versus rock. Y'all know what I'm talking about. This targeted all Black communities. Policing has been historically been concentrated in low income, because you like to talk about our neighborhoods, segregated neighborhoods, which created policies, not behavior. So they just, all of that. Criminal justice disparities from a mix of historical racial control systems and ongoing policy decisions that still affect us today. So over policing, under investments go hand in hand. Black Americans are more likely to be arrested and receive harsher sentences than white people. Should I continue? Is my time up? Pearl, you can go ahead.
I saw Ella next. Go ahead, Ella.
Well, she broke it down, so I don't really have to expound upon slavery and Jim Crow, because I think, like Pearl like to use words like obvious. I think it's obvious, what happened to Black people. But when I deal with history, the reason I look at history is not to play victim, but to show you a pattern of behavior. See, a lot of white people are talking about post-affliction behaviors that our people show, post-crack, post-redlining, civil rights movement, post-slavery, post all this interference from you. Of course, you want to see a lot of dysfunction, but they never want to deal with who we were before that. Because if they would do that, you would see probably the most exceptionally behaved people. Like, have you ever seen? Like, you like to talk about decorum. Well, like I said earlier, we were murdered when we were behaving at our best. So it was our issues with Europeans were never based on behavior. Because if that's the case, then how do you explain the past? But when you look at history, you see a pathology and a pattern of behavior by people, whether it be European, whether it be Black, whatever, African, Moorish, whatever word you want to use. So when you look at the history of our people, we were always benevolent. I wouldn't say it was perfect, but we was always open. Anybody that's getting murdered openly, who's still opening their house to white folks, even the shooter that happened in South Carolina a couple years ago, the man went into a church full of older people and he was a young white boy. He murdered everybody. So let's stop talking as if Black issues are strictly based on their behavior. Most of the biggest atrocity that happened to Black people from white people were from people who were unbeknownst to even happening, let alone behave in a certain way. So when you talk, because I'm talking to you, Pearl, it's like, what stats can we bring up? Because if we bring up stats to defend our argument, they don't count. Only your stats matter. Only your information matter. That energy, that pathology alone shows you the elitist mindset that there's nothing we can do to change it, because there's nothing we can do to change your mind. No information matters. But at the end of the day, since y'all been on the planet, and I got some cool, good white people, but at the end of the day, since y'all been on the planet, it's a bloody trail of violence. And then now that we're at this point, you're seeing the side effects of dealing with you guys for so long. You have the audacity to be surprised when we do each other dirty. We're not even doing nothing to white folks. All the things that we're doing is to each other. We internalizing this problem. We're not analyzing your stuff. We're killing each other. We're beating each other up. We're disrespecting each other. We're talking to each other. But let me finish. You're gonna get your chance to reply. But at the end of the day, everything that we're involved in that's negative, there's a white dollar, a white CEO, a white hand in it. Now, if you're just absolving yourself from all our issues, then you have the right to say, hey, but everything that's negative about us is a paper trail that goes to a funding or an okay by somebody that looks like you. And now one last question for you, Pearl. At what point does history play a part today? Give me a time frame that we can start referencing, since nothing matters to you.
Okay. That was a lot.
You want to answer that question?
That was a lot of points.
You want to answer that question?
All of them.
All right, so we're gonna let Pearl.
I would love it if you didn't give me the attitude, but you can keep doing it.
Give me the attitude.
Pearl. I'm gonna give you 1 minute and 30 seconds to respond, and we're gonna go ahead and get to Amir. All right.
Okay. So see, they do so many different points. It's very tough to address so many times. Okay, so the original question was about slavery, right? It was about what does the past affect the now.
Well, I was gonna let you respond to him. Otherwise, I gotta go to.
Just answer that question. You ain't gotta answer everything. Just answer the last question. What period of history should we start taking into account to evaluate the current time?
I think as an adult, you're responsible for your actions. None.
You didn't just answer. I agree with you, but can you answer? I'm just asking you a question because I'm just sweet, respectfully. I agree with you. That's a great point. I just want to know so I can know how to deal with you. At what point in history can we start? Can we use to refer to our current paradigm? Do we stop at the 50s? Like what time frame is relevant? Is relevant to you that we can use to apply to our modern day situation?
It's not relevant. As an adult, you're responsible for your.
So history is not relevant to nothing today.
That question requires research.
As an adult, you're responsible for your choices.
She can't answer the question. Got it. Cool.
I gave you an answer.
No, you didn't. It's cool.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Amir. You want me just so you know.
I failed first. Awesome. Segregation. We were talking about segregation. With segregation, I've seen a lot of Black people online say that they were better off when they were segregated, or saying that they would rather be segregated, that they don't want to be integrated with whites because it causes that imbalance where they either feel like they're treated inferior or they feel like they're treated with racial bias and so on and so forth. There have been people calling for segregation again because they're tired of feeling that they are discriminated against because of their race. But the good thing about America is that, in my view, America holds the majority or the most Black billionaires in the world. And the good thing about America is that
in this country, we aren't held to our ancestors' class. Like in India, you can't get above your class in one generation. Here in America, in one generation, you can go from poor to rich. So I understand that there's a lot of talk about history and what happened and everything was bad, but in this country, it's so unique. You can't do it in any other country. You can move up in one generation. There's no need to be held to your ancestors or wherever they were or however they were treated. There's no other country, in my view, that gives Black Americans more opportunities than America. I don't see any other African nation giving more opportunities to Black people. I don't see any other European nations giving more opportunities to Black people than America. America is the land of the opportunities, and that's for every race. That's for all of us, not just one.
Okay.
They took the most from them too. They got to do it. Like, what?
I just want to say that we created those opportunities.
Hold on,
Nobody
Aisha.
handed them to us.
Aisha,
I just want to throw that out there. Sorry, Amir.
Go ahead, Pretty.
If you guys created the opportunities, you guys should be the ones taking the most advantage of them.
Right. So when it comes to answering the question, how much of today's behavior come from history, things in history like slavery and Jim Crow, it's not like those two things don't exist in a bubble, and they affect everything about us. When you break down epigenetics, that's a part of how we generational trauma is passed down. It's ingrained in us. If you think about even the talk that Black men have with their sons when they deal with police, like it is a part of our culture to make sure we understand how to navigate in these circumstances. It's a part of everything that we do. When you speak about crime, one of the biggest determinants on crime is socioeconomic status. And if 80% of the wealth gap is literally attributed to slavery and Jim Crow, then it would be assumed that the group of people that are at a disparity in that dynamic would then be the ones committing crime because they're experiencing the most poverty systemically, strategically. And we see those systemic structures still today. Quite literally, in 2025, we experienced gerrymandering in 2 states, Texas a few months ago, and last week in North Carolina. This is something that is still happening today. They have restructured.
Don't forget Jackson, Mississippi.
Correct. They've restructured the seats to be able to boot Black Democrats out of the seats and get white conservatives in. This is something that is structurally still affecting Black Americans and Black people in America today. It's a part of everything that we do. And I also want to point out something else too. When it comes to accountability, we say, let's be accountable for everything we do today. This system is set up to remove accountability from white men and white people in general. White women have been arming and protecting their men by scapegoating Black people for centuries, Black men specifically for centuries. White men have been able to get away with all types of sexual crimes and atrocities because they've been able to blame Black men for it. If you think about the case of George Stinney, a child, 80 plus pounds, who was put to the chair because he was accused of raping and unaliving 2 young girls who were his size. That was a white man that did that. Did they ever catch him? No, they didn't. So they have been able to scapegoat Black people for centuries, remove accountability from themselves for centuries. Y'all have been able to do that. These men have been roaming around. You think about Ted Bundy, BTK, all these people, 30 plus years roaming around, taking out white women all over, just taking them out all over the country without any kind of accountability. Why? Because they come from a small town, and who would have ever assumed everyone leaves their house, their doors open? Because we're only afraid of the Tyrones and the Pookies and the Ray Rays. Nobody's thinking about the Chads and the Brads that are out there taking people out. So the fact of the matter is that when you talk about what shapes today, everything about slavery, about Jim Crow, about Reconstruction, about systemic racism shapes what we do today. I am not saying, and to Ila's point, and I cannot believe I'm agreeing with Ila.
You can believe
but
it.
Listen, this is not to remove accountability. If you work in tech, if you work in HR, if you work in sales, if you work in medicine, you understand root cause analysis. You get to the root cause to find the solution.
All right, Cooley, I'm gonna switch it up. I got another question I'll put into play. Do you think some people hide behind history to dodge accountability?
Okay, I'm sorry. This question is for me, you said?
Yeah, I'm opening up to the panel, but I'm starting
Oh,
with
okay,
you.
okay. Got
Do
it.
you think some
So
people hide behind history to dodge accountability?
do I think people hide behind history to dodge accountability? I would say, yeah, this definitely happens. People do hide behind history to, dodge accountability. We see this with Black people today. It kind of alludes to what I said before, and I'll expound on the point a little bit more so you guys can understand. I think that history is very important, super important. I think that memories are super important, right? Memories and history, all of this is important, but it's only important if it's utilized to extract out lessons learned. You don't utilize memories to dwell and become a victim. You don't utilize history to dwell and become a victim. You utilize memories and history to extract out lessons learned. And that's what Black people truly haven't been doing. If they knew anything about a history, they would know that taking handouts from the government like SNAP, is not good for anything at all. It's not good for the community because you're going to be relying on the government forever. You need to get out there and build something for yourself. I think that when we look at the history of, Jim Crow, prior to Jim Crow, I think Pretty Intellectual was speaking about some stuff. We had Black Wall Street, Black people was building stuff. We were looking out for self. But then when, things we started eating at white restaurants, stopped funding our own restaurants and stuff like that. So we should utilize that history, those memories, extract out the lessons learned, know that they don't work for our community, and build some unity within our community. Look at the small hats, the small hats. Look at the small hats. They do it all the time, right? They got some unity over there. So stop looking at those white people and look at the other white people, because I truly think they all white. They all European. You get what I'm saying? So we look at those, see what they doing, and like, okay, all right, take some pointers from that. We need to build a community. We don't go against our community. We need ideology. We have no ideology within our culture. What's our true ideology within Black culture? We don't have we adopt the white man's ideology. Christianity, truthfully, is not. I don't believe that, but a lot of people call that's the white man's ideology. I think that Christianity is for all, but I think that when we get away from our core principles, like a hierarchy, like a patriarch, when we get away from that, it becomes very detrimental to the Black family. We need some leadership. Things need to be organized, and only men have the capacity to bring order within the household and to bring order within the community.
Go ahead, Ms. Pearl. Do you think some people hide behind history to dodge accountability?
I feel like I'm just going to keep repeating myself. I think as an adult,
I'm
Miss Pearl.
I'm just going to say.
You said Miss Pearl.
Miss Pearl.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I got the list up there. I'm coming to you, Pearl. I got
you. Do some people hide behind history to dodge accountability? Of course. But I don't believe that we should look at those people. I think that's also an overlay for the underplay. Like, of course, you're not going to acknowledge history if you still want things to be conducive and beneficial to you. So I just feel like we always have to discuss history, because if that was the case, then we don't want to acknowledge histories. Why do we have museums? Why do we have statues? Like, why do we have dates to commemorate certain events? Like, so you just gonna base history off what you want it to look like, what you want us to value, and what you want our perception to be. You're not gonna play with me over here. So I understand that people hide behind it, but we still need to acknowledge history and the results and the consequences of what has happened. It's not we just not gonna talk about it. And we can't use some people who have advanced and who have had opportunities to put a blanket over the rest of us whose houses are still on fire. It's great that people are able to have opportunities, but again, you have to look at what those opportunities are rooted in. The system that we're still talking about is so relevant today. How many opportunities do you really have? Or is that an illusion as to what it looks like? So I know people keep talking about this playing field, but we also keep having discussions about the goalposts and always being moved back. So I don't want to move too far away from the question. Yes, I do believe some people hide behind history to dodge accountability, but you got to ask yourself, what accountability are you dodging and who set that up? So I'll land my plane. I don't want to talk too much.
All right. True, I'm coming to you and put another question into play. Can both be true? History hurt us, and we still must own our own choices now.
Yeah, I believe both can definitely be true. I think that we're at a place that hopefully we could take all the historical facts and things that occurred, build from it. So yes, both could definitely be true. Yeah, there's a lot of good things being laid down tonight. I'm blown away. So
yeah, if you want to expound on some of the things, you can go ahead.
Oh, just the fact that I think that the conversation is moving forward great. The ladies are definitely holding down as well as the fellas. It's true. Some of the things that have occurred, unfortunately, in this country, this is manufactured. And I think that for anyone or most of you guys who have done your history, America is an experimental society in itself. You know, a lot of the things that you're seeing, it's false truth. And I think that as a people, we try to stick with what is mostly integral, what's organic. America's a morphed manufactured perspective, and we own the media eye. We own it. There's no continent on this planet that we have not touched. From most people know the American culture or the American way. So yeah, and we're just kind of somewhat a part of the overall system. I think that now, current day, because of technological advances, because of certain things that have grown, we are able to create a life that is not as restrictive as it once was. Information is everywhere. You don't get booted out of Barnes and Noble or certain. You're not going to get kicked in the head if you try to read a book or anything of that nature. So I think that we're just in a better position than we once were. But I do think that there's still a fragmented, maybe emotional track. We need an ideology. Cooley said it 5 minutes ago. That's one thing I would like to see, before I pass on to glory, is that at some point we figure out what it is that we ultimately are standing for. We have a benefit. Amira said it. We're Americans, and we're Black Americans, and we're, people from inner city. We can change some things. So I'll land there.
Go ahead, Bo.
Okay. I got two things. One, I said I'd never address this person directly, but I got to right now. And I would like to do so without being interrupted, but I do want to respond afterward. Number one, I would like for Pearl to make sense of, one, the conviction rate, the arrest rate, and the exoneration rates. Because people keep bringing up these crime rates, but they never speak about arrests, actual convictions, and then exonerations. Because then those numbers would not work for you as well as you think that they're going to work for you. And you all never speak on how we are arrested at a disproportionate rate, convicted at a disproportionate rate, and exonerated at a disproportionate rate, because all of those would work together. Number two, it's funny how you build a platform using Black people, get demonetized, and then turn against Black people. It seems a tad bit retaliatory to me. And I think that you are doing the same thing that the planters did hundreds of years ago. You are using the backs of Black people in order to make money. And then you got mad at us when you couldn't make no more money, but you needed us to make more money. So you turned against us, and you want to use Black fatigue and crime rates in order to get your money back up. And those are the 2 points I had.
That's very nice. I don't know. You said a lot. it's just, I listen to this and I just hear a lot of excuses. I don't really like excuses. I just think as an adult, and I've said it before, you are responsible for your own decisions. As to the list of accusations, if you want to believe that, that's fine. I don't really care. So that's all I got.
I don't think that that's really given much credence. It's very passive aggressive for you to respond in that manner. We're not saying that as adults you don't need to be held accountable. I think everyone on this panel has stated that to be true, but you're dismissing again solid facts, things that occur current day in past time. And I don't get how that services. Maybe it's not fair. You're not the white representative of the white community, but you just so happen to be in this panel and you just so happen to be white. And then you also are making very, very bold claims as to things that we're dispelling. So where
I don't think, again, it kind of goes back to it goes back to the gaslighting. So like, again, you can tell me these things don't exist. And that's fine. Like, white people aren't really going to generally entertain these conversations. Like, they'll just get tired.
Oh, we know.
I know. And I'm being honest here.
Yeah, we know.
I'm being honest, and you guys are giving me attitude, which is fine. I get it. It's like a contentious.
We're giving you energy. We're not giving you attitude.
No, it's not. It's.
I know you're so dry and boring. We're just people of flavor. We talk a certain way. That's why y'all love to put us on your stages. That's why y'all love to give us record deals, because we get that shit lit and you don't have that ability. So you have to piggyback your value off of what we're doing or not doing, because if you couldn't, no one will give a fuck about what you're talking about. So I'm going to let my constituents... All right, go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all.
No, Ella, no, real quick.
Trev, you gonna go? Okay.
If you want,
yeah.
If you want this,
I'm not even gonna hang out. I'm not even gonna hang out too crazy long. But I did want to just come in and say something real quick, right? Because I think y'all not really giving Pearl a fair shake, right? Because in real life, I think she really likes black people. If you know, you know. Right. So, but I do want to use Pearl's logic real quick, because all right, let's forget about what we were talking about
Pearl likes
in the past. Right. Okay. So look, right. So I want to focus on what's happening right now. Right. Like if we're looking at right now and you're looking at the callback rates for potential employees that are black versus white, they have to turn in 50% more applications. That's systematic, right? That's something that we can bitch about, like right now, right? Record low unemployment, 5.5% over the last 50 years. It was pretty much double that, right? If we talk about incarceration rates, I know y'all touched on that, but innocent black people are 7.5 more times likely to be convicted wrongfully of a crime. So that's real, right? This is what I'm talking about, the systematic shit, right? And the odds, we talked about the deletion rate, but for real, I've heard many people part their lips who are in this space to say that the exception to the rule is never the rule, right? So 98% of us are not incarcerated. I've never heard anybody horned out on a fact that was 98% ever until we start talking about black people, right? And the odds of a person actually being deleted, you go outside right now, we talk about how bad this is going on, but it's 0.002%. So it's not something that you really have to worry about. Most white people aren't actually being violated by black people. So I would want to know what people would have to say to that, because I feel like we're really honing in on a lot of things that black people are doing, but we are actually moving in the right direction. We understand that there's work to do, but for us to be ridiculed in such a way, it sounds crazy to me.
Wait, what was the?
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by Amira and her little sexy secretary glasses. She done just threw out.
Are you sure? I was trying to copy Pretty Intellectual. I was trying.
So Trev, were you agreeing with her or disagreeing? I think that's where I kind of got lost. It sounds like you
you got lost in that? Did you hear the stats that I just read on?
Yeah, how'd you get lost in that?
That was sarcasm, bro. That was in the beginning was sarcasm.
I can tell you what it is, the callback rate, black versus white. I don't, again, if you're an employer and you hire black people, and you're out of 5 black people, one was lazy, one stole from you, and one did X, Y, and Z. You're gonna be less likely. One called you a colonizer. In the future, you may be less likely to hire them. Again, it's if that's the reputation of the group, people do adapt because it's very expensive to hire an employee that doesn't work out. Like, you have to pay them for months, and it's just.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, so we're talking about the whys, right? If we're talking about the whys, this is the reason why I brought that up is the why. We're saying, why are you feeling like black people aren't up to par? The reason why is because there's actually systemic racism going on. That's a real thing.
Trev, she spoke about the why. She talked about pattern recognition. But the thing is, if she's being logically consistent, she would have to say the probability is much higher for other white people to build up a bigger pattern recognition of other white people. So therefore, they'll probably have either the same or more negative accounts with other white people. If we're being honest, like, think about it. If the white person is the head of the company, they're hiring more whites anyway. So then, therefore, the probability is higher for them to have negative experience with more white people rather than black people. So she is pattern recognition is a real thing. Pattern recognition, we all utilize it, and it helps us to, not make the same mistakes that we made before. You get what I'm saying? It helps us with many different things. But I think that's the part that she was speaking about the why, Trev, but it was just different from the why you were looking for.
Can I?
No,
I disagree that there's systemic racism. I think there's more racism against white people.
Of course you do.
But how would you be able to recognize that when it's impossible for it to happen to you?
Well, I mean, even by that fact, you're saying it's impossible for me to experience racism.
Systemic racism. Systemic racism. It's impossible.
Well, again, that just kind of goes back to that's a cop out. Like, I just think
cop out. First off,
there's a lot of. Do you want to hear my opinion, or do you just want to talk?
Go ahead.
I mean, there's a bunch of scholarships that are given. Like, when I was in high school, there was a black guy who got like a 27 on his ACT, and he got into Notre Dame because there are specific scholarships for black people there. The white guy in my class, he got a 32 and he didn't get in.
No one can verify.
Are you gonna go on the record and say that scholarships are wrongfully awarded to black people more than anyone else?
I'm not saying that it's wrong or right. I'm saying there are specific.
No. Did you hear the question? I said, are you going to go on the record saying that there are more scholarships awarded wrongfully to black people than any other race? That's what I asked.
Again, I didn't say wrong or right. I said the fact is there are specific scholarships. It's the same with women, right? There's specific scholarships that are made for women. There's pretty much specific scholarships for everyone.
That kind of sounds like a deflection.
I did really enjoy today, but my boyfriend, I told him I'd be done by 10, so I do have to go.
I bet.
As soon as I showed up, I am the boogeyman.
Rage quit.
Oh, we could do it again.
Super villain.
Rage quit.
But I told him I'd get on it.
Can I just ask you one question before you leave? Can I just ask you one question?
I don't
the
use
super villain is here.
Can I ask you one question before you depart?
Gotta go. I'll see you guys.
Rage quit. That's a rage quit.
It's not a rage.
I bet.
I'll see you.
Rage quit.
Do it again.
Nah, the super villain is here.
Y'all scared her off.
What up?
Peace of the Saints. Thank you for. I don't know who added me on, but whoever it was, I appreciate you sharing your platform with me.
Hey, what up, man?
That was JR.
I'm chilling. How you feel?
What's up, bro? What's up? Good to see you.
So Marquette was live reacting to it. I didn't really get to listen to it so much, but I was live as well. That's why I was a little bit late to the panel. I was live streaming, and I shared it on my live. And then a lot of people, if you've seen, like, the numbers went up on the Lapeef Network live, because I told everybody from my live to come on over. Then they told me that Marquette was live watching. So I'm like, Quette, come on in. So that's why we're here now. But yeah, man, what's the topic? Where's the moderator for this one?
Can I just ask you all a question?
For sure.
Go ahead.
It's just because I she gone now, so we it's us now. We have to cook out. So my thing is this: I'm tired of people telling black people when to start taking history in account. It's like they have a start date. Like, we only going to deal with you post 75, and we're just going to focus on how do you critique of people after every complete atrocity has happened to them and try to evaluate that in a 30, 40-year span when they're recovering from something that took eons. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And the fact that they're trying to attack us behaviorally, character-wise, while discarding eons of cannibalism, child pee, beastie, like, why can't we take into account anything when we're talking to these people when everything that we're doing is just a byproduct of what happened to us? Not saying everything you do is because what happened to slavery, but this is post-grand life-altering atrocities. They're going to be at best, we're going to be altered. So how can you just evaluate us off of that while discarding your entire existence of violence, pillaging, the worst of things? Just like I can't even have a real conversation with people like that. They're not being honest.
So Ella, I don't agree with it, but I'm just going to tell you what the reasoning behind that is. It's on topic. It's almost like how when we're talking about if we're having a relationship convo and we tell a woman and then we start doing the whatabouts, it's irrelevant. So we can't really do the whatabouts all the time. So that was the nature of it in this particular case. That's why when I came in, I chose not to mention anything about whatever it is that I feel like they do, right? I just went by the facts to show how you're wrong as hell and you're giving out horrible data, incorrect data, and misleading.
The only reason I said that is because they're evaluating us on a behavior level, as if our behavior is strictly dedicated on, as if their response to us is strictly predicated on our behavior, when history shows us, like I said before, at our best behavior, we were treated the worst. So that logic doesn't compute to me.
But they're fully aware of that. They're fully aware of that. That's not something that we have to educate on. That's why sometimes I don't try to reason, because they're fully aware that there is something systemic going on. They're fully aware that it doesn't matter.
That's where the fatigue comes in, because
Right.
you know that they know. You know what I mean?
Know. It's one of those things where that's why I try to exercise stoicism, because what's the point of me letting you get me riled up when I know that I know that you know that there is a systemic backing for this, because you can understand it in every other realm but this one, and you're purposely being obtuse. That's why it's kind of Also,
all right, so real quick, we got to get Say in there, and then Sweeney, you up right after.
And I think Cooley touched on it when he said it's the guilt. They feel guilt.
No, they don't.
The guilt
Good.
that
They
So
don't
go ahead,
feel
go ahead.
anything. That's not
Say,
what I
Say,
said, though. Yeah, that's
Say.
not what I said.
Hold on, y'all. Just a sec. Say got the floor, then we're gonna go to Sweeney, and then Cooley. I guess if you want to go after that.
Yeah, for sure.
I appreciate that.
That's all
Thank
you
you very
say.
much for yielding the floor. I do want to state before I left my stream, I especially came here because I wanted to catch Pearl. And before I left the stream, I said, hey, my team had reached out to her and she agreed 2 times and backed out. I said, if I showed up on that panel, she's going to run. I said that before I came over. Soon as she saw my face, she's like, actually, the tea is boiling. And Shorty got up out of here so quick. But with regards to the specific question, I just want that to be stated for the record, because all of these white supremacists, they swear up and down they are the greatest intellect we've ever seen. And then instead of using meaningful statistics, data, and studies, they keep on telling you what their experience was. Well, my experience with Black people, I thought that was insane, because I'm like, I grew up in a ghetto, all my family's Black, and I barely see any Black people. How do you see that many Black people? I got to organize an event to be around Black folks. So they're using anecdotal lies, but to the point of the guilt, white folks don't feel any guilt. And one thing that we have to start doing is what you guys didn't pull out. And I was listening, mind you, this was a great conversation. I really enjoyed it so much that I decided to react to it as much as I can. So my commendations to all of you. But when she's talking about Black fatigue, she's essentially suggesting that there's something wrong in the Black genetics. Our DNA provides a propensity to violence. We're fundamentally bad people. And when you say there's something wrong with the DNA, You can't train people out of that. You can't educate them out of that. And she was even sly enough to say, not you, Cooley, you're cool. Which I was like, what is this, a TV show? Like, this is crazy. So the fact of the matter is that when they have identified your genetics as problematic, now they're providing the explanation as to why you can be eradicated, because they're doing it for the good and the peace of the society. Because you're the devil, you're the problem. So they're just going to get you out the way, because we tried to reform them. We gave these black folks 300 years in America and they still ain't acting right. The problem with these people is this. They'll point out the violence in our genetics and they'll use their crime data, but they never acknowledge their crimes because their crimes are not recorded as such. One of the things I wanted to ask her is, how many people have black folks killed in 2025? She wouldn't know the answer, but I'd give her time. She'd go check the answer. Then I say, okay, how many folks have white people killed in 2025? And then she'd go check the crime statistics. And then she'd come back with some very low number. And I say, okay, well, don't forget the 250,000 people with the Russia-Ukraine situation. Don't forget the 100,000 people with the Israel-Palestine situation. On. It's like when they commit murder, it's not a crime. For example, Donald Trump killing the people who are.
Marquette, you muting yourself.
You in and out, bro.
Damn. Yeah. Shit cutting a bit. It's cutting a bit.
Your microphone is muted.
It's cutting out. All right, so
that was just
We're
good
good.
right there.
You're back. Yeah.
Just repeat the last 20 seconds. That's all we need.
Okay. All I was saying is that their murder is not categorized as crime, whether you're talking about the Ukraine-Russia war, which is a war between whites. You're talking about Israel, Palestine, and America, a war started by whites. Or you talk about something closer to home when you see those folks in those boats leaving out from Venezuela, allegedly, who are supposedly narcotraficantes and they're drug mules. Why didn't they get a trial? But why didn't Muammar Gaddafi get a trial? Why didn't Osama bin Laden get a trial? So they're
Saint, real quick, Saint. Your joints cutting out right now. But listen,
that's crazy.
We're gonna try to be sensitive. It came back. I can hear you now, but we got to be sensitive of those words. You're not cursing or anything, but you know those words that'll get you banned.
Okay,
So,
got you. My apologies.
Small
I yield the floor.
Yeah.
Right. All right, bet. Sweeney, you up?
Shout out to Bo, because me and her was talking and those are the questions I had. I literally was about to say that. I was about to be like, shout out to Bo. But so some things that she said that especially regarding scholarships, right? Over 75% of scholarships go to white people, despite them only being 60% of the population. With all the affirmative action and DEI and everything else you want to talk about, black people still only get about 11% of scholarships, which is the percentage of our population, so to speak. So even with all this help you claiming that we get, it only amounts to our population. But yet you are getting disproportionately the amount of scholarships, and you're saying that you're being systematically discriminated against? Make that shit make sense. Also, again, shout out to Bob. I wanted to address this. And I said this in the back chat. Well, I said me and Bo was talking about it. And this is how it came up, because I was like, I find it interesting that she only has black fatigue after she got demonetized, after she pissed off black people. When she invited a white racist on her show, and then she got demonetized, and then the black people on her show stopped fucking with her. Now all of a sudden you got black fatigue. It seems opportunistic and retaliatory. That's what I said. It seemed like you rode the opportunity to shit on black people because you invited this white racist on your show, and black people stopped fucking with you, and you decided, there's a bag in this. Hey, look, I understand. Hey, JR, shout out to you. I understand, the numbers. It's going crazy right now in the chat. But god damn, sometimes we don't need to invite white people into a conversation about what goes on with us. Who gives a fuck what Pearl has to think about what black people are doing? You was fucking
Sweeney,
hold on, wait. You was fucking with us tooth and nail. You had black people on your show. They was running your show. They was the only entertaining thing about your show because you wasn't that entertaining. There wasn't nobody there to listen to what Pearl had to say about relationships. It was all about the guests that she had on her show, which was mostly black people.
So Sweeney, you know, I don't really want to speak for JR per se, or definitely don't want to question what it is. But at the end of the day, it's a topic that there's a feeling that a lot of people have, and if you want to understand what this actually is, sometimes you have to hear from the horse's mouth.
I have to,
and you challenge ideas, and none of us are afraid of these types of conversations. Sometimes you have to take on the enemy head on, if that's what that is, right? Or so.
My question though is, who asked white people? Nobody said, white folks, you got black fatigue. Why? Nobody asked them. Just like no one asked them to redefine the word woke, the fact of the matter is that colonization is in their nature. So when we sit here and talk about epigenetics, I think thievery is quite literally now a part of their DNA makeup. They take things that black people create, they redefine it, contort it, and make it to their benefit. That's what I said when I came on the panel when I first spoke. That's what they have done with woke. That's what they have done with many other words, many other phrasings. Things that we use to explain our experience as people. That's what happens.
No, so how about this though? This is what I want y'all to actually consider, right? There are people who actually think like this. People who are running shit who think like this. We don't want people to view us in this manner. So sometimes the question why makes sense when just if you listen to what people are saying, we're talking about employers, right? People who are in charge of what is it you do, and people who are going to continue to perpetuate ignorance. So you have to combat that. You can't just let it slide. You need to take your head on.
You think the people who have black fatigue from white people, we changed their minds? What we said on this panel changed their minds. All of a sudden, Pearl gonna go back to the congregation and be like, you know what, white folks, them black folks over there are cool as hell.
But when you have people putting out misinformation, sometimes you have to educate them. She didn't refute a single stat that I brought up. She has to go back to the drawing board and pick and really break these stats down, because people Google stats, and then there's some people who study statistics and understand what that actual breakdown looks like in real life. We have to educate people.
We almost realize it's trendy right now. It's trendy to speak about black people. If you go on X,
that's what I was going to say. If you go on TikTok, it's
white conservatives, they're speaking about black people just for no reason. It's fun for them to say the N-word, and myself, and I personally, I don't care about the N-word. I'm not sensitive, but with these white folks that use the N-word on Twitter, it's just very funny, because if I'm gonna use a word, I don't even cuss actually. But if I am gonna use a word, I'll use the word in any situation. And I have these white racists that come on my show sometime, and I asked them, would you say, I see you say it on X, you even said it on stream. Okay, someone was calling, I believe, another content creator the N-word, and I said, would you say this in every situation? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, would you say it if you were walking in Newark, New Jersey, walking in in Chicago, if you were walking, would you say it in the hood around these black people? Nah, I kind of know when to use it and when not to use it. Ah, okay, I see. That's not very masculine. It's effeminate behavior, but
that they don't use it around black folks.
I think the main point, though, I do think it's trendy. This is why a lot of people are making content about this black fatigue. Like I said before, if it's black fatigue, it's all types of fatigue. But as black people, we must be aware and we must acknowledge and understand our own shortcomings, because that's the only way we can get through. We must acknowledge that.
I completely disagree.
What'd you say? What part do you disagree with?
Because it's the same thing. We must acknowledge our shortcomings. Our shortcomings are highlighted. It is already acknowledged. We understand what is happening. There is no more highlight on our shortcomings that we need. And I think that when you talk about content that is popular, I think the same thing applies to this consistent rhetoric of the single baby mama culture that you have mentioned twice out of context on this very panel. Like, there's a lot of things that are trendy and, oh, this is super cool to talk about. Let me talk about single baby mama culture and ABs. And these are like the trendy topics, Black issues, Black people, Black women. There is no kind of solution that is wanted. It is simply to gain content. It is simply to grift. It is simply to make money off of talking about these issues that we deem to be trendy. That's
okay. So let's make a clear distinction from what you said, right? So you're saying you're putting things in a monolith. Like there's no solution to talk about this content. You're saying as if people aren't giving prescriptions for things. Now you can give a descriptor where you can speak about a problem. And I think that the people that do that, they're doing it just for content. But when there's content creators where they can observe and speak about a descriptor, but also give a prescription like I always do. If I'm giving a descriptor, I tend to give a prescription as well. So if I'm speaking about single mothers, if I'm speaking about Black people, if I'm speaking about white people, I tend to always do both.
Got it. All right, we're gonna Ella. Can you go ahead? Then we got Ella, Saint, and Aisha. Go ahead.
I just want to say to what Sweeney said, I think we need to have those people on these channels, not to convince them of anything, but to remind us why we need to stop fighting. Because these issues that we have amongst each other, these ills we have amongst each other, look how unified we are tonight. Look how much we be going at it. Now tonight we all on one accord. This was a reminder of what we really need to be on. Not saying we got an enemy, we need to hate them. I got some good Black white folks I know. But our issues stem from a people. And they need to see that these issues we have with each other, this is the root, this mentality. People that think like her, this is the root cause of why where we are. And like Marquette said, when he brought up the genetics, they are alluding to that, which would make you have to go to history. Because if you go to history, you will see a behavior pattern based on their specific genetics that has always been the same. And I digress.
Saying this on you.
Thank you. And I apologize earlier for the microphone issues. The number one thing that we have to understand is that, yes, it's profitable and trendy, as has been stated, but really it's preparation. You're in a war. I don't want to name what kind of war it is, but you're in a war. You're already losing the war. The war's been going on for more than 100 years. And the idea that they're talking about this because it's trendy, no. If you ever notice the breakout of a political war, before we invade Iraq, you're going to hear anti-Muslim propaganda. You're going to hear anti-Arab propaganda. The minds of the masses are being prepared to hurt you. You see, we look upon history and the Jays that were, they suffered in Germany. There were some who stayed. There were all the warning signs to leave. Einstein left. There were all the warning signs, but they stayed, not believing that their enemy would act as enemies do. So, it's not just trendy. These
Saint, I don't want to interrupt you, my bad, but we got to, I don't want to really mess up your flow, but we just trying to be very careful because of the sensitive nature of certain groups that we got to be careful of. You know what I'm talking about.
Man, let them cook.
I know. I want you to cook.
Okay, all right, let me get off of that. I'll get off of that. Let me talk more directly about Black folks. I'll get off of that. So here's another thing. The fact of the matter is that Black men will lead us out of darkness. And we have a woman that needs to yield to us because we have to reestablish the family structure. And if we're talking about race, race has a number of features. I wanted to ask Pearl, like, can you define what a white person is with like 3 items? As a Black racial group, we have to figure out, number one, who's the leader? Is it the man? Is it the woman? Or are we equal? I say the man. Secondly, we have to figure out, well, what is it to be Black? Tightly coiled hair, skin darker than a certain complexion. And when you smile, you still have an upper lip. 3 basics for you on what it is to be Black. If you ain't got that, you ain't Black. Now, the question is, if we really respect ourselves as Black people, Do we allow our women to emulate white women? Do we allow them to emulate the racial features? And then do we create false narratives and say, oh, well, some black people are blonde. Look at the people in Melanesia. It's like, what percentage of black people is that? It's minuscule. Why do we actually not love ourselves? And the last piece is we have to tell the truth. One of the things that disappointed me when Pearl was here, of course, she was talking a lot of nonsense and hyperbole, but when she identified true statistics about black people being convicted of crimes. Now, granted, white people may have done the same thing and just not been convicted, not been arrested, or not received the same amount of time. It's true. But what we can't do is lie and say, oh, we don't commit crimes. Yes, we do. And we have a lot of things that are broken in the culture and they need to be addressed. Then the other thing we have to mention is we actually need ideology. You have people like Dr. Umar Johnson, who great speaker, but terrible with ideology. Much of what he speaks to, he got from Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. Now, he says things that don't make any sense. I'll give you an example. When he says, black men, stay with the black woman. I agree. That's number one. That's great. We should do that. But then he says, don't ever be with a snow bunny. I'm like, no, actually, if you think about in times of war, you need numbers. Our numbers have been devastated, especially with the abortion, especially with black women not birthing all of our kids. So if you have a black male who has intercourse with a white woman, she's unlikely to then have kids by a white man. So not only have you increased our population, you've also stopped their population, if in fact you find that you're at war. So we don't actually have a battle plan, and we're dealing with people who do have a battle plan. For example, you always hear the whites. There's even one white guy who goes around on TikTok like, hey, talking to white girls, hey, do you guys sleep with other people outside of your race? He's talking about black men. They're obsessed with us. Why? Because of genetic annihilation. So why are they taking precautions to stop their genetic annihilation, and we're not taking precautions to expand our population and to recover our families? We don't have ideology. And we also think that we're black when really we're not black. We got blonde hair, we got permed hair, and a lot of us think like liberal white women. I yield the floor.
That's fair. But I agree with you. Since somebody say something, I think that what we're seeing now, and you're right, I can't discount nothing you're saying, because I feel like we have to kind of like work our way through. I think what they've done is so damaging that people that think like us and you are such a minority that is so much rehabilitation has to happen to the minds of people unless we're just going to deal with the youth. Because we have always had, we came up with ideologies immediately when slavery ended. You know what I'm saying? And every time we came up with some sort or semblance of an ideology, it was totally destroyed. Now, should that give us an excuse to not do it again? No, but I think what they've done is so concentrated and so laser targeted on us economically, food-wise, politically, that it has just created a new consciousness that we have to literally exercise just to get our people to see what the issue is. Like, so I think it's just, we have a lot of work to do, and we have a small time to do it. And I just think it's all by design. So unfortunately, I just think it's a remnant of us that have to deal with the masses of us to get us to wake up. Hopefully we can do it in time. But I think what they've done was so laser focused and so planned out. Like you said, they're very strategic. We have to move with the strategy. Their strategy started 1,500 years ago. So it's like I just feel like they've done so much that it's created a stigma in our people's minds where it's just a lot of exorcism that has to happen for them to even see the goal. But what you're saying is absolutely
it's that deep. I mean, if you look at the Berlin conference, when they planned to carve up Africa, and then they went in there and did it quite efficiently, and their ability to overtake our minds was quite quick. Our ability to deprogram our minds can be as quick, but it will take force. That's one thing you're not counting for. And because the black people as a mass, we're effeminate. So when you talk about patriarchy, when you talk about force, no, that's actually precisely what we need. And I would only estimate that there's only been one effective ideology coming out of black people. That was by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad under the Nation of Islam. Otherwise, black people, they were only joining on to what other people talk about. We're a Marxist, I'm a socialist, I'm a Maoist. Even the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, which is a very highly effective organization, victim of COINTELPRO, but they were following Maoism and Marxism. So we have yet to actually trust our own mind. So often we're basically using what we learned in university, which was a brainwash. And the idea that we're in such disrepair that we can't recover, absolutely not. It takes training, conditioning, enculturation, and education, and that can be done within a generation, but it will take force. And if we're really serious about getting on track, we have to start applying force. I've already done it. I'm not talking about what I'm guessing on. I'm talking about what I'm at work at. Like, for example, we talk about income and criminality. People who are poor tend to commit more crimes. So we should be teaching entrepreneurship. That's something I've been doing for over a decade, and it works. You can go to my website. You got a bunch of products created by Black people. We just have to be able to franchise it out strategically and have greater faith in ourselves. We're phenomenal people, especially those of us in America. We're the most remarkable ethnic group on earth, including the whites and anyone else you want to name. I yield the floor.
I agree with that. Do you, so to piggyback on your point, do you think that'll be advantageous or not for us to start looking not just as an American? Because I know we have an FBA movement where it's caused another type of schism.
It's not a movement. It's just a name.
No, I get it, but it's still, it's like Black Lives Matter was once a name, and then it became a movement. So you're right. That
was a white woman's movement. That was a liberal white woman movement. Yeah,
absolutely. It's founded by George Soros, but it was first just a little hashtag, and then it became a reality. So I agree. What I'm saying is,
it's a lineage. It's just another name to say that you're Black American. You're not going to do that. You're not going to say it's a movement. It doesn't have
I get that
lineage. Can we just specify that? Just like you want to be called African American.
I never even made my point.
That we're calling ourselves.
I never even made the point though. I'm just talking about the concept. Because he's talking about numbers. He brought up numbers. We need numbers. So what I'm saying is that's true.
We need numbers.
So if we do, hell yeah. But if we do need numbers, like you said that, hey, maybe interracial dating can be advantageous because if a Black man.
No, I'm not recommending it, but I'm saying that it's militarily useful. Yes.
I agree with that. I'm just saying as a point, not saying you advocate for it, but you brought it up as an option that can be utilized efficiently. So what I'm saying is if that can be utilized efficiently, wouldn't you think that, and I'm just throwing it out there to the panel, wouldn't you think that it would be advantageous to attempt to create bonds with Black people abroad? If we're willing to work, if y'all don't agree, y'all don't agree. But I'm saying you don't think that would be advantageous for numbers to try to connect with Black people all over the world? If it's a numbers thing, especially if we can get numbers from being with the white woman and having a mixed child, if that's can be an option for help, you don't think it could possibly be an option to work with people of color all over, not the ones that don't like us, but at least try to extend the olive branch if it's a numbers game, because it's a global issue that we're dealing with.
So one thing I do have is SAS in Africa. I'm actually going to be in Nigeria end of December, early January. And our great effort is to start with ideology, but Africanism never got started. I can't even say it failed because it's never gotten started. And the most important thing to understand about Pan-Africanism is even Africans within a particular nation state don't get along with each other. They don't have a significant bond. Different religions, different languages, different tribes. And it's largely a result of the failings of schooling, enculturation, and training. And the colonial powers were really good at that, but the African powers that took over were really bad at that. You have to design identity. And so what I'm suggesting to you, and I've done business internationally, I used to have employees in South Africa. One of the challenges with international business toward the African continent is the distance. So it's just not realistic to be able to collaborate with people who are in a time zone that far away, with a history and language that different. Even English-speaking African countries, their English isn't even quite the same. Like if you go to Uganda, you might not understand them very well. So the first thing has to be ideology, and that has to start with individuals, with families, and with communities that can actually co-locate. And as we do that, then we can grow further. Like, for example, with the Chinese, their diaspora is really highly organized, because if you have a Chinese person in Britain, Australia, or the United States, there's something called Chinese school. They go every Saturday. They study history, culture, and language. So they're all fluent in Mandarin no matter where they were born. So until we have something like that, that provides a consistent, uniform outlet of meaningful information and identity, is not going to work. So what Pan-Africanists have been talking about is this kind of amorphous thing of like, well, let's get together because we're all Black. No, it has to be values-based. We have to state what the values are. And again, it goes back to my point of it's lacked ideology. I yield the floor.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And like you made a great point. You brought up the Nation of Islam. And that's funny because historically, the last great royal or the last great empire that we have was an Islamic one, ironically. So how do y'all feel about that? Do you think that Islam would be the answer? Not saying I'm a Muslim, because I used to be, but I'm really not into religion at this point. But if that was the past thing that worked for us, do you think that that can be a remedy today, or no?
May I ask a strange question real quick? Aisha, I've never met you before, but how do you feel? How do you feel at this moment?
In regards to what?
Your personal feeling. How do you feel? Like, how are you?
Am I in a good mood today?
Like, how are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay. The reason I ask is because of your body language. It seems like, and I don't know you, so I don't have anything to compare it to. This could be your physical representation of happiness. But I ask in as much as we got all Black folks here, we're discussing the issues of our community, and it almost seems like maybe you're a bit drained. And I don't know you, that's why I ask you.
I don't know why you're concerned with me being drained or not, but I'm definitely not drained, and I'm definitely listening and have been a part of the conversation the entire night. I just think that you guys were having your own dialect, and I probably zoned out a couple of times because you're long-winded, and I feel like I already knew the point of what was going to be said. But no, I'm doing just fine.
I yield the floor.
That was kind of strange.
Go ahead, True. You want to chime in?
No, I mean they laying down pillars. I think that there's a consensus thought, the fact that we do need structure, ideology. I don't know if we need to tie a tag to it, Islamic, Christian. I think that that's where things get a little bit muddy. And I think because we do that now, we're very trying to figure out what maybe be a superior approach. I think that we need to figure out what is most conducive for progress. And it could be as simple as patriarchal structure. It could be as simple as men are leading the charge. It could be as simple as having conversations. What I believe occurs more often than not is the men are not the ones who are so much divided. I think when we start having conversations, we're still battling the women that want to have a different approach to what progress looks like. And when we say, well, this is what we need to do, we'll be told we're not leading correctly. But then when you ask them, why are we not leading correctly? What are you comparing it to? Are you comparing to the fact that you have a job? Are you comparing it to the fact that you have a great FICO score? And then that's where it gets really, really muddy. So I think the conversation needs to happen amongst the families of each other, from an individual level, from the women of the community, to figure out what it is that they want out the deal. Because from an ideological perspective, we need to know where we're headed. Like, having a strategy is great. Conversations are great. Where are we headed? What is the point of gearing up? What is the point of formulating strategies? What is the point of any of it? Where are we headed? And I don't know if we can answer that tonight or maybe the next.
True. I can agree to that. It's funny here because we're on this panel. All of us are Black, and I don't think women should lead at all. Just the simple fact that Marquette asked, I believe her name is Aisha, a question, and she said it was long-winded. I zoned out. This would tell you something about the woman's nature, right? You don't lean on the woman. Like, they're actually supposed to be a good listener, but they tend to not really do that job good. Wow. You know what I mean? So we don't lean on the woman or have to ask our women for direction and things like that. No, men need to take charge, and we need to lead our women. She's a prime example, right? Prime example. And nothing on you, Aisha. I'm just saying, she didn't. Marquette was speaking very intellectual. He was speaking concise and clear. And for you to tune out and not listen,
I was absolutely still bored, and that has nothing to do with my intellectual ability. I'm 2 degrees in. They were going back and forth for about 10 minutes about the same topic, and I felt like it was very redundant. I think the conversation took a left turn and it went from the original topic. So when those 2 gentlemen started conversing amongst each other, in my opinion, it had nothing to do with what we were all speaking on the panel. So My focus just.
I mean, that I'm gonna be honest.
To be fair, and even you, Illa, y'all talked about the same thing for about a good 10 minutes. So it wasn't
See,
that
this is
informative, in
I
my
got
opinion. I'm
problem.
really not trying to be rude and disrespectful, but I feel like the brothers are trying to start this red pill, blue pill thing, and I just don't even feel like entertaining it because it's just not where I'm at right now. I think the conversation was about Black fatigue, and then we went on to talk about Pearl and all of these things. I think I said this earlier. We all know that we have degenerate classes in society. We know that these things exist, right? We don't have to sit on platforms all day, every day, and discuss those. And to True's defense, like he said, it's time to start talking about solutions and pointing the finger at, oh, well, that's a perfect example. She didn't listen. I didn't listen because I was bored. Point blank. It had nothing to do with my intellectual ability or my ability to listen or receive information. So I just don't think that was true. I seen a couple of people. I think Sweeney dozed off. Like, let's be for real. I'm pretty sure he didn't hear everything the conversation was about, but he wanted to take his time to point out me, which I think is very lovely. And I love the disingenuous concern. But I was just clearly bored because y'all went back and forth for 10 minutes. And I'm not in the business of
I'm gonna slide after this.
Going back and forth. So I just let y'all speak because I'm not gonna be disrespectful.
Hey, look. Can I just say I'm about to leave, Sweetie? I'm about to leave, and I'm out of here. That's unfortunate that you said that because Marquette was actually breaking down solutions of how we can do that. He gave what he's doing. He gave stats about moving forward. That conversation wasn't even about me.
No, what he went into was talking about global strategies in Africa. And as y'all know, I don't care nothing about what's going on over there in Africa, Jamaica, any of it. I only care about what's going on in the Black American community. So
I'll let you talk. I'm about to leave.
And I'm letting you know, like why it was.
We heard you. We got it.
He started talking about solutions here, and then he went across the pond. And
no. We just. I'm gonna go after this.
First,
okay, but that's what he was talking about. He was actually talking about going home. I was talking about going abroad. So he was keeping it home. Yeah. I was just expanding the conversation, but that's neither here nor there. But the fact that you said, hold on, the fact that you said what you said after all of that proved that we have a long way to go, because you just did, and I noticed you did this on the last panel, because we was on the panel last time with Pretty Intellectual. You was bringing up how white men are like us, and then when she left the panel, you had a whole different take. So what I learned about you from that night to tonight is hold on. What I learned about you from last show to this show. Hold on. What I learned about you from what I learned about you from last show to this show is you're a follower. You don't have a mind of your own, and whatever's the flow. Hold on. Whatever's the flow.
He don't know me.
I'm good on that. But what I'm saying is, you either go with the flow or you're just contrarian, because that whole conversation, the whole conversation. I mean, you undermining the whole night for real.
You're undermining
sweetheart, you undermining the whole night. But what I'm saying is, we was having a conversation. We were having a conversation. We were having a conversation that was open to the entire panel. The only reason why I would speak because no one was talking. And I think that's kind of why Marquette was speaking. Nobody was speaking in absolutes. Everything that man was saying, and I don't agree with everything Saint and Sinner say, but what he was saying tonight made absolute sense. And it was strictly
to you, though. That's your interpretation of what he said.
You said you had, sweetheart. You just said you had 2 degrees and you're so intelligent, but you're showing nothing but ignorance.
You're showing all night. You've been lacking intelligence.
No, I just show passion. It's cool, sweetheart. Women like you, sweetheart.
Men like you who are single, who are not in relationships.
You think so?
who sit on these panels and disrespect Black women all day.
I disrespect Black women?
Anything to you.
I disrespect Black women?
I didn't listen to you. That's why you're mad.
You don't have to listen to me. It's not about listening to me. It's your value.
Listen to you. I'm not finna keep listening to you babble.
You don't have to. It's not about you.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's fine.
You just like to hear yourself talk, sir.
No, that's
like
fine, sweetheart. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, this is why we have the
Black
problems
women are the most smart. This is why we own houses. This is why we.
No. You're being mad. You're being crazy right now. But at the end of the day, we was having a productive conversation. I think everybody contributed excellently. Even you. That's why what you're doing right now is mad weird.
What are you
it doesn't
doing?
make any sense. It proves that you're just up here to be. All right, I'm not about to argue.
You're gonna throw rocks and out your hands.
May I?
Literally called me out in front of the
May
whole
I
panel.
reply?
I didn't
call you out.
Yeah, I got you.
Back until I had something.
No,
to say.
you just sounded like
now that I have something to say.
You just sounded like a fake smart person.
It's cool.
That's why you had to bring up your degrees, because you're not that intelligent. Now I'm talking to you. Yeah, do that.
Oh, she done ran off.
Damn it.
The clown.
I want to note that if we identify together, then we should be able to address one another. Meaning, if I say, True, how are you feeling right now? It's a legitimate question, and we can address one another and deal with the way that we're comporting ourselves. One of the things that I did hear Pearl say that I thought was reasonable, among a lot of things that were unreasonable, she said the attitude. And I have to agree with her. The attitude is sometimes not where it needs to be. With women, Black women, it might be negative. And with Black males, they might not be very masculine. They mumble when they speak. They don't make strong eye contact. They might not be responsible and timely. We all have our issues, but if we're going to be the leadership class, we should be able to take feedback and give feedback, because the truth of the matter, even if she was bored, and I've been in a lot of lecture halls, I've been in meetings where I've been bored. But one thing out of what's called decorum is that you don't make yourself look like that as an adult. It's a childlike thing to do. And so as a grown man, I asked her, how do you feel? Now, if she said, hey, I'm 9 months pregnant, the baby's about to come out, and I'm feeling tired and having hot flashes, I'm just barely here. I'm like, I understand. I have understanding. But that's why I asked her, how are you? As opposed to saying, hey, the way you look right now, you look disinterested and impolite, and you're misrepresenting yourself. And if we identify as Black people, you're misrepresenting Black people. So when you hear folks talk about Black fatigue, there are undoubtedly ways that we represent ourselves that need to be addressed. And if we don't address it, that's when it gets talked about by all the other ethnicities, and they call it Black fatigue. I yield the floor.
I think the difference is, and I'm going to slide. I think the difference is, Marquette, why between us and other races, well, specifically white people, is they have a vested interest in the promoting of us being that way. They are behind the labels that push the music that make us look stupid. They're giving the funding to the shows that make us look stupid. They're pushing that algorithm. So when I hear white, you're absolutely right. Because I know I get out of pocket sometimes because I mean what I say. A lot of people be on these panels and they're performing the conversation and it's not in their heart, like we just seen. There's no way you could be on a panel that we just did tonight and talk like that to us. There's no way. That don't even make no sense. That totally undermines it. That's why
like you're the enemy. Talk to you like you're the enemy.
Exactly. That's why, because people perform the conversation. So when Pearlie was here, she had to perform the Black thing, and when they left, now she's performing the sisterhood thing. You're performing. You don't have a stance. You're just going with whatever. But like I was saying, I think the difference is between us and white people. There's no excuse for getting out of pocket. I apologize, y'all, but I'm like this in real life. I'm not acting, so it's hard to stop being me. A lot of people are faking, but white folks have shown a vested financial, economic interest and investment in the perpetuation of the negative stereotypes of our people. And I think that's the main difference. And with that, peace to Cooley, peace to Saint. Hope I see y'all again. Peace to True.
Hey,
Mr.
Illa, you still in Newark?
Trev.
Illa, you still in Newark?
No, I'm from Newark. But I'm in Charlotte right now.
Oh, you in Charlotte?
I would love to chop it up with you too.
Yeah,
we got Jersey up in here. We got Jersey all up in here today, boy.
Yeah, I'm from Rahway.
Bro, I'm from Rahway. On the best shine, you already know.
Yeah. Brick City.
Yeah, we in here. But peace to y'all. Y'all take it easy. You heard?
Peace to the Saints.
All right.
All right. Anybody got any final thoughts?
Well, I wanted to respond to what Cooley stated. I wasn't saying that we needed to request to be the leaders. I was speaking to the fact that, in my opinion, to be effective leaders, we should inquire or at least be open to some of the concerns or complaints, whether they're valid or not. I hear things that sisters say a lot of times, the women say a lot of times, and to develop as men, we should be able to have conversation. We should be able to help cultivate their perspective. A lot of times they believe that the existence that they're living is superior, but they avoid the fact that it is still grace that is being extended. So that's what I was alluding to.
Yeah. Because, and I could tell, just by her response, she went straight to speaking about bringing up stats of Black women are more educated. We're entrepreneurs. We're all of this, but you're all of that. But where's your man? Where's your patriarch for the balance? Right.
You know what I find?
I'm sorry. You can go ahead, man. Yeah.
You know what I find is that we can sit here and say that we needed Pearl up here so we can understand that godly, for God's sake, maybe they have some things that they got against us that we just got to hear out. But then we can have women. Oh, wait. But then we can have women up here and try to explain, and they try to explain to us how they experience us. And we dismiss it and say, nah, man, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. And this is not me just trying to jump, but I'm like, we invited a white woman up here and we're giving her more grace than we've given women on this panel, than we've given our own women on this panel.
Real quick, may I ask you a question?
Go ahead, man.
Do you feel like I didn't address her respectfully?
Absolutely not.
You're saying I did not address her respectfully?
No, you didn't.
Tell me more.
Okay. Did you sound respectful? Yes. Did you cuss her out or any of that? No. Were you cool, calm, and collected? Yes. And and I'm going to be honest, because this is all feels, so I can't tell you what your intent was behind it. But I sensed the same thing she sensed. You pointed her out because she seemed disinterested in what was being said. And you even admitted to it, and you even alluded to it in your explanation after the fact when you said, I could have gone told her, hey, look, it looked like you ain't really paying attention to what we got to say. You said, I could have said that, but instead, I said something different just to get her attention, to be nice about it.
No, it wasn't to get her attention or to be nice. It was because I was ignorant. So I had to ask her what I was seeing because I didn't know what I was seeing. You see, I would have been a fool to say you look disinterested. That might be how she always looks. I don't know. I'd be a fool and a liar to say you look like you're being impolite. So I asked her, but we have to really ask ourselves.
This is my own observation. I ain't saying that, you know what I mean, that you did one thing or the other. Because that's why I said, let me correct myself. I can't say that you were disrespectful because I don't know your intent. And also your behavior didn't show as much. I'm just saying what I kind of got the same thing that she got. She felt like she was being targeted because I also looked disinterested.
She was being targeted. Yeah, I asked her. I said her name. I was targeting her. I was targeting the conversation to her. Just like when I started talking to you, I was targeting you. Like I asked you your perspective. But what we have to be concerned about is I have never met the woman. I have no malice toward her. And if anything, we're all on a black panel. Theoretically, I should have favor for her. So it's like, why would you assume that I'm trying to hurt her or embarrass her or be negative, as opposed to saying, we are the greatest people on earth. Let's represent ourselves well. Like if people were to look at this panel with all the faces on here, let us all look focused and attentive. It's just like if you live in a community, you know, your grandmother, your uncle might say, hey, man, sit up straight. You don't tell them, well, why'd you ask me that? You're targeting me. Oh, thank you. I look better now.
Well,
I'm showing more respect to the people around. I get the floor. Go ahead.
What if she didn't want to?
And she has every right to that. And that's what I was trying to find out. Was she experiencing something that is beyond what I'm thinking I'm seeing? Or was she being outright unruly? And that's fine. And the reason I asked to understand the difference is because, you know, there's an assumption that we have to take everybody with us. Not everybody's going to make it to the promised land. We have to know, okay, these are the people who share values. And I'll give an example where there's a separation in values. If I was listening to Lapeef speak, even if I didn't find it to be interesting, I try to make eye contact. I try to track the speaker, or I try to take some notes or convey presence, because that is a way that you show people honor. And I believe even if I don't agree with him or if I'm not intrigued, I'm going to honor him because he's not my enemy. I yield the floor.
All right. Do you know there's been several instances where several people on this panel have looked disinterested, depending on the person who was speaking? Aloof, looked down, walked off the camera, turned off their camera.
And that's why it's an intelligent thing to ask why. That's what I did. I did the most appropriate thing. So the reason I asked you, hey, tell me more, because I'm willing to learn from you. If you say, hey, Marquette, you know, when you started speaking, you mispronounced her name, or you cursed at her, or your voice went high, or you gave some legitimate indication that you have a problem with her. You see, because we can't say it's about Black women or it's about anything in particular, because there's 2 other Black women on the screen. I was asking something to understand, and it's that level of sensitivity that I believe is what holds us back, and we should be able to bring each other up. And for the people who say, hey, I'm not on that value set, it's fine. And that's what she revealed, that we have a different value set, but I didn't know. That's why I asked. Like, for example, my old lady, you know, if I ever notice that she's not as, you know, up-tempo as she usually is, I might ask, you know, hey, anything going on? And sometimes she might say, yeah, I'm going through X, Y, and Z. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, let me just let you be how you are right now. It's a matter of understanding. And I thought that I was respectful. And if you could point out anything disrespectful, I think you would have. You conceded that there was actually nothing in my communication. So the problem is not in my communication. It's in your interpretation. I yield the floor.
I think some people will argue that maybe you need to change the way you communicate.
Well, that's why I asked you. I was like, what did I say wrong?
That's the thing. Like, if we just unpack it a little bit, like, is it the community? Like, who has the, who's insufficient? Who has the weakness? Is it the speaker or the person that can't listen? Like Marquette, I'm be honest here. I'm trying to be objective. I'm friends with Marquette, but I'm trying to be objective here. He asked a question that most Black women and all women would love to hear. How are you? Are you okay right now? This is a polite question. That's a polite question. But the thing is, what happens from that question, they tend to project what they think you're asking. This is why she alluded to, the red pill and all of this other stuff, this manosphere stuff, like trying to bring down women. She made those talking points at the end when Illa was in, right? When they were having that back and forth.
Wait, hold on. No. I don't want you to misrepresent that. Because the reason why she did that was not because of what he said. You chimed in and said something that was really crazy. And so that's why she responded the way she did. You turned this into this is why you can't let women lead. That is what you did. I didn't find anything wrong necessarily with what Marquette said, but you came in and said that, and you directed whatever she was doing toward women not being appropriate leaders because she can't listen, because she was bored. So
it wasn't necessarily being about appropriate leaders. I was actually replying to what True said.
I was to take accountability for what you said in that moment that had nothing to do.
It had nothing to do with that moment. Okay. So did I not point out from what I've said? Did I not point out from everything of what we all observed? I gave my observation, and I think my observation was rooted in truth, because even she was. It was. You know how it was rooted in truth?
Yep. It's all
because by her action, she proven it. That's how it was rooted in truth. If you looked at the chat, the entire chat was saying that by her actions and the way she's behaving, she's actually proving Cooley's point.
Good God. Yeah, it's all a woman's fault. It's always the woman's fault. You can use any action from a woman to prove why the woman is the problem. And it's always, and I don't know, like, this is my first impression of you. I don't even know who you are. But this simple conversation turned into this. See, this is why women can't be leaders. You did that. In
Yeah,
some
so
kind of
once
way, Aisha was the problem.
do you know what True said? Because he actually brung it up and then he expounded on his point even more. Do you know what True what he was saying? And then I replied to what he was saying. Then before he expounded on it. Do you know what he said?
I was reading.
Oh, okay, so you weren't paying attention either.
I
So
was
you're
reading.
no better than
Listen,
her. You're no better than you're
Let me
no
tell you
better than
something. Let me tell you
Aisha.
something. I got business tomorrow. First of all, I have had my hand up in the back chat for so long. I disconnected because there's no point in listening to a conversation that I'm not even a part of. Okay? That is why I disconnected. And I was like, you know what? Let me read my book. Okay?
Continue to prove the point. Continue to prove the point of what I was
You
saying.
know what?
And
Right.
I'll go ahead
I'm
and
a woman.
reiterate it
My
again.
bad. I
No,
shouldn't
not that
have
you're a woman, because
Go
my
ahead.
mother doesn't act like this. My mother and my sisters don't act like this. They don't behave like this at all. I don't see this type of behavior. When
Did you
men
come
are
out of my
speaking,
vagina? I don't have nothing to do with your mama.
okay, well, you're a woman. You said that. I'm letting you know that your behavior is not something that's just unique to a woman. Certain types of women have this type of behavior where when a man is speaking and they can't follow the conversation, they don't have enough aperture and ability to focus on what's being said. They tend to tune out. So I asked
What type of
you,
that?
therefore you're
Tell
like,
me
well,
what type
Cooley,
of
you need to
woman I
stop.
am.
Listen, you said,
Tell me what
Cooley,
type
you
of
need to
woman I
take some
am. I wanna
accountability.
know. I
But
wanna know
you
what type of
didn't
woman I
even
am.
know why I said what I said, because I was
I want to know what type of woman I am. What type of woman am I?
Okay, so once again, you're still not following the conversation.
What type of woman am I?
A type of woman that can't follow a conversation.
I can't follow it, or I wasn't listening.
If you're
Because I
not
was reading.
listening,
Here's the
therefore you're
thing.
not following.
When you dominate a conversation and do not allow other people to chime in, those people are going to disconnect. I can follow, I can listen, I can pay attention if I'm a part of it. But listen, do you see how many people are on this panel? Some people are going to disconnect. If you ask man up here that was looking down and looking off, he might not have been listening for a couple of minutes either. And I think that's what Aisha said before she left. It's really crazy how it's just women. Oh, y'all can't. I ain't got no attention span. Am I retarded? Like, what type of woman am I?
Two things
What
happen.
woman I am.
Yeah, two things happen. So
I
one
wanna know.
first,
See, you're not
yeah,
answering
two
my
things
question.
happen.
What type of
I'll
woman?
answer your. Well, one, I've already answered your question, so now you're repeating it, which means that you don't know how to follow a conversation because you said
I
it
feel like
prior,
that's
and
not
I
what you wanna
said
say.
because no, that is what I'm saying. So please
Okay.
listen,
All
right? So one, if we're being honest here, we are witnessing two types of women. Marquette pointed out one, and then she admitted to not listening, and then from my statement, she proven that to be true. How, women, certain types of women, they don't, it's something just curious about certain types of women where they don't have the ability to respect male's authority. That's the thing. When you hear men speaking, like the thing, this is why there's a hierarchy to thing. There's men up here as well. I'm sure they're following the conversation. I'm sure they're listening. And there's other women down here too. Like Marquette pointed out, they didn't have any body language that showed that, well, even if they wasn't really paying attention, they're still presenting themselves in the right way, right? For you, we didn't know if you were actually presenting yourself in the right way. But now you just admitted that you weren't following the conversation. So there's one that had bad body language and admitted that she wasn't following the conversation. Now you just admitted it as well. So that's the type of women that I'm speaking about.
Can I speak?
Go ahead, Amir.
I came in at the last end of that because I had been out of the panel for a minute. But when I came back at the part where the two gentlemen were talking to Aisha and asking her, like, why was she like acting the way that she was? The question was asked. She answered honestly. It seemed like there was an honest answer. Mm-hmm. And then it turned into, well, I'm going to dissect your answer and try to figure out what's wrong with you that you can't. That I think just the way she answered. I mean, when you ask somebody a question, you want to hear the answer. She answered honestly. She said that she got bored and she zoned off. It happens. I don't know if that's something for anyone to try to look at, take a deep dive into, because she zoned off. But like I said, I also wasn't here for that part, so I didn't see the interaction between the gentlemen. So I am missing. There is a caveat. I am missing part of it, but from that part that I saw, it just seemed as though when the gentleman, Cooley, when he responded, then Aisha, she felt defensive because she said, okay, when I was turning into a red pill thing because of what Cooley said about women not being able to focus and having the attention span of a gnat. So that's what I think happened. And I mean, it's, you guys are looking deep dive into her being bored.
Do you know what? Yeah, sure, Marquette. I'll yield the floor to you. Go ahead, ask that question.
Thank you, sir. And I would also like to note that, actually I'll note that later, but quick question for each of the ladies, just a little survey. My question is, do you believe that in a romantic relationship, the woman leads, the man leads, or you're equal partners? And whoever would like to answer it first can step forward.
The man leads, and I will follow.
Yeah, there's no such thing as female leadership. I don't understand.
And Bo?
No.
In a romantic relationship, the male leads.
Okay. So for me, the reason I ask is, like, if you say that you're equal or that the woman leads, then the values are misaligned. So there are certain conversations they're not worth having. In the case of Aisha, the way she reacted to me, I was thinking what Cooley said. I was thinking what he said, but I didn't say it in as much as, in my perspective, I was like, okay, well, she's probably more of a person who thinks that women lead or that men and women are equal. And so we have different values. So there's really nothing I could say that's going to bring her, to a common ground. But when we do share values, I think it's worthwhile that we engage each other on a standard. And I truly believe, because I've been in many environments around the world, I'm sure you guys have. And one thing I consistently see is that people who are high end, you pay attention, you track the speaker, and we can't be so narcissistic to think like, if I'm not talking, the conversation sucks. If I'm not hearing what I want to hear, I get to look disinterested, because this is a part of raising our children. Like, I want my young boy to know, and I want my little girl to know, if someone's talking, you honor them by paying attention, even if it's not interesting. Hell, even if you're listening to your old man and you don't like what I'm saying, look interested, because it's a part of being civilized. And I believe it's upon us, especially as patriarchs, honorable men. I'm not a criminal. I'm not a lowlife or a dirtbag. In fact, I'm probably maybe in the demographic of men that she would like. She talked about she has 2 degrees, and I'm guessing she wants a man who maybe has more education, more money, more out. I'm probably one of those guys. So if I'm just addressing her as a black woman, black man to black woman respectfully, she should be receptive to that. But here's the kicker. If Cooley would have said to me, like, hey, Quet, how are you? I would have answered him. And if I realized that he was addressing my demeanor not being appropriate, I'm like, oh man, let me straighten up. Thank you. And one thing you'll notice, when the men were engaging each other, we never cut each other off. When the gentleman who left was engaging Aisha, she was cutting him off. And Bo, you were cutting Cooley off. But I understand at that point you guys were arguing. But I think that there's a certain level of decorum that men often operate by. And women, in many cases, if they haven't been trained up with that, is not their instinct. And I say that to say, it's not about women. If I'd have told any one of these guys, I don't think they would have popped off on me. If I'd have said, because you got to remember, all I said was, how are you? Which is like kind of like everyday stuff that you say to people. I yield the floor. And I'd love to hear from the ladies.
It was that insult to her intelligence. When I came in, it was almost as if, do you know what I mean? Like, when she was responding, it was almost like an insult to her intelligence, the way that the gentleman was responding. I don't think it was you, Saint. I think it was the other gentleman, if I'm not mistaken. Illa. But it was like an insult to her intelligence, basically saying, oh, you can't follow along in a conversation. Your intellect must be kind of low. You having a problem following along. I can see your IQ isn't that high, kind of thing. That's why she started getting more defensive. And I mean, I'm just looking at it, how both people were reacting towards one another. And
I think they overlooked what Illa said, though, and this is just my assumption. I've been on panels with this young man. Marquette was laying down foundational things that are pivotal. So it seemed like when we're talking about something that got some meat to it, how do you check out? Like how, if we're talking about the community and then her personally, I like Aisha. Aisha always talks about being an FBA foundation Black person and, giving some validity to that. So how is it that a brother who comes on the panel, who has some notoriety in the space, is actually speaking to something that's profound and may actually be beneficial? How do you check out? Like how?
Well, to be fair to her, she did say that she's heard it all before.
But that's ignorant. No one's heard it all before.
No, she's saying as far as what was said on this show, she heard it all before. So she.
But what if she had? I think the disagreement in values is even if you have heard it all, you put on a proper face and listen to it again. And this is
man. Come on, man.
No, it's values. It's really values.
Come
on.
on.
Please do.
Come on. Now.
No, it's a difference between upper class and lower class. Lower class people are unrefined and they behave like animals. Civilized people, you know how to control your mind. It's not only IQ, it's EQ. You see, what if you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but here's the thing. Like, it's bigger than just us as individuals. It's the fact that let me say this out here. Let me go ahead and shake it up. And mind you, I use constantly on the internet, oh, he like white girls, which is ironic because I don't have any white women. It's ironic. But the reason people say he like white girls is because they don't think that a Black woman on average is going to behave to the standards of an accomplished male who's not going to deal with unruliness and misbehavior. And so when we have Black women who want a good man, they want an honest man, a timely man, someone who's not a felon, someone who can provide a comfortable lifestyle and be there for the kids. That comes with a man who has discipline and structure. So why is it when he shows up, you have to battle him? Like, why should I be battled? Shouldn't I be honored? You should be honored. Everyone on this panel should be honored. Like, why do we find it strange to honor one another?
It ain't that same. We're all guilty of checking out of conversations. We're all guilty of looking aloof, not listening to people. Because there's been plenty of times, and I'm gonna be real with you, I'm did the same shit. There's been some chicks that done came on this panel that we done sat here and listened to them go through that psychobabble bullshit we done heard on TikTok time and time again. And we all sat there and said, here we go with this bullshit again. And it was like, and completely checked out the conversation.
Was that your enemy or was that someone in your community?
I don't think she could tell the difference, but I can't speak for her. I'm just saying that you said that, hey, look, even if they're saying some shit that you may disagree with, don't like, you said look up and be present. Not mad at what you're saying. I'm just saying that I know for a fact. You've been on the internet long enough. I've been on the internet long enough. Cooley's been on the internet. Tread.
I'm not talking about internet though. I'm talking about real life. I'm talking about who we really are.
I'm getting to that. I've seen every last one of, well, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say I've seen every last one of us crash out. But I've seen Cooley crash out. I've done crashed out. I done seen, I don't think I've ever seen True crash out. I seen Philosophical crash out to where he got into a war of words with somebody and wouldn't let him get a word in edgewise and kept cutting them off and wouldn't. I just seen Cooley crash out last week on Bruiser's show. And him and Mr. Lego was going, they didn't get each other. They didn't let neither one of them get a word in edgewise. It was on and cracking. It wasn't no decorum. It wasn't no trying to figure shit out. It wasn't no conversations to be had. It was, nigga, I see you on site. I'm whooping your ass. That's what it was. Like, so I'm just sitting over here like, come on, man. If we being honest.
Yeah,
man,
and we know that those two are open enemies and they were in a disagreement. What I'm simply saying is when you know you're wrong, why not just say, you know what? My bad. I was wrong. Thank you. And let's move on. It's just a mature adult thing to do. And if we're going to make it, if we're going to move forward, something that simple has to be simple. And this is something I talk to Black women about a lot. You know, if your man says something, obedience, if you can figure out that piece of obedience, Deal with a man that you trust and respect, and then be obedient. I mean, one thing we all have to agree on is if you're wrong, you're wrong. We don't need to explain or go through the history or talk about a bunch of other situations. And we also have to acknowledge the fact that I've comported myself in a respectful way. I addressed her in a respectful way, just the same way I'd address anybody else. You're wrong, you're wrong.
I will say this. Again,
Was she wrong? Was she wrong?
What, with her argument, with how she responded to you, or how she responded to Cooley? And
No, the way she was conducting herself as an adult. Was she wrong? Is there accountability there?
No, she gave them the same energy they gave her.
I'm talking about when I addressed her, at the point I addressed her.
No, I
was
don't
she
think
wrong?
she addressed you wrong at all. She gave you her answer and kept it pushing. She ain't yell at you or crash out.
No, I think he's asking, was she
Talking
wrong
about prior to that, he's talking about her demeanor.
Oh, you talking about not paying attention?
Yeah.
No, I actually think she was listening. I truly believe she was listening. And I think she's a beautiful black woman. I love that natural hair. I wish she would have stayed on. I think she's a great representation of what a black woman should look like. What I'm asking you on is when a grown man of respect, now mind you, I'm not a loser. I'm not an average guy. I'm, people pay to hear me talk. But here's the kicker. If no one ever paid to hear me talk and I was just a homeless guy, it's just human respect. Just treat people with dignity. So I'm asking you, was she wrong to not treat a man speaking with the respect that should be accorded to a man speaking? Yes or no? Like, can we get to that level together?
I don't think she has to listen to anybody she don't feel like listening to.
Right. And that's my only point is, like, if you're going to be there, be there. And if you're going to do it or don't do it. That's all I'm saying is do it or don't do it. It's like if you're not going to be on the panel, leave the panel.
I mean, but hell, shit, we all get on. Like I said, the problem with that is.
All right, I'm not going to win. I'm going to agree to disagree with you. We have different values.
What I'm saying is the problem with that is
It's
that
totally different values.
We've all been guilty of it, though. Everybody on this panel.
And when you're guilty, say I'm wrong and correct it. Just like sometimes I'm supposed to shave my head bald and I leave a bald patch. I don't say that's all good. And I'm like, damn, I made a mistake. I'm going to fix it.
The problem is that you never say, oh, man, I wasn't listening to you, bro. My bad. I'm wrong for that.
That's what you're supposed to say.
That's what you're supposed to say. But
that's what civilized people say. Like, that's what my point is, that you're not living in a civilized way.
None of us up here are civilized.
I believe that if I called out Cooley, he would do that. I just met True. True seems very civil. Even Miss Pearl.
No. Wait. Probably for you. If Bo called out Cooley for checking out on her, you think he's going to say, you know what, my bad for not listening to you?
I couldn't say. I would think so. I've never had any other experience of Cooley being disrespectful to people for no reason. I've seen him. You mentioned a crash out. He crashed out with somebody that he has an issue with.
Disrespectful. I said that he just didn't listen. He started paying attention to something else.
You're saying if he was like meandering and then she said, "Hey, Cooley, how are you? Are you focused?" You think he would crash out on her? Is that what you're saying?
No. She points out the fact that he was not listening to her. Hey, you checked out of the conversation. You're not listening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that he would say, my bad, especially if he does not want to listen to her? Because one thing we do know for sure that Aisha did say, she said she checked out on purpose. So with that being said, if Cooley checked out on purpose and Bo told Cooley, hey, look, bro, you're not listening to me, man.
The question doesn't make sense because your foundations are assuming that he has the personality of Aisha. So I think at the end of the day, after you and I are back and forth, I think what we just found out is that our standards and our expectations are different, and that's okay. And that's why when people talk about like, oh, us black people, I always say, hold on, wait a second. I don't identify with Lil Nas X. You heard me? He might be black and I'm black, but I ain't black like that. And so it's a matter of values. So for me, if a black man can't admit when somebody's wrong, if he can't exercise discipline on himself and others, if he doesn't live at a certain standard, like you ain't on my level and I ain't gonna deal with you. And that's okay. Like we don't all have to be together. And so we have a difference in value set, because I don't even consider people civilized if they can't answer a question honestly, if they can't control their emotions. You shouldn't even feel emotion. If I say, how are you? That's not something to react emotionally about. And more importantly, the worst thing we can do is to defend somebody when they're wrong. When you're wrong, you're wrong.
So the thing is, Saint, is one, I also personally don't believe that I have to listen to people if I don't care what they have to say. However, let's go with what you said. The only reason why I brought up Bo is because you said that would he do it for you? He may do it for you. But what if it's somebody he doesn't care to listen to? Just like maybe Aisha didn't care to hear the conversation that she was hearing. Because when she spoke on the red pill thing, it wasn't just about what Cooley said. It was also what was being said prior to, where she felt like at that point, the conversation started to shift towards a space where it was, you know what I mean, pointing the finger at black women. However, the reason why I asked that was because I was saying, if Cooley did not want to hear what Bo had to say, I'm asking you, do you believe that Cooley would tell Bo, you know what? My bad.
I already answered that. I said that I've never observed Cooley to be anything other than civil. And in the particular example you're using, Aisha and I are strangers. I don't know if she has a background with Illa, but we're strangers. And I approached her in a respectful way, and she reacted in a way that was hostile. She's like, well, what you need to ask about how I'm doing? Like, that's hostile. That's not a normal thing. And I absolutely love black women. I want to see black women in great, strong marriages and create strong families. And for that to happen, black women are going to need to be coached on being more cooperative. And I think that it's our responsibility as patriarchs in a community who love them and want them protected to help with the nourishment of these traits. And that's what I was doing. I addressed her respectfully, and I knew I wasn't going to have any significant influence, but it's inches. But you and I, we disagree on that.
Yeah,
highly. We highly disagree.
Yeah, highly disagree.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, there's been some times I done heard some wild shit that women done said on these.
Like, for example, you've cursed like 30 times and I've cursed 0 times. Like those kind of things. Pardon?
What does that have to do with the person in China?
It has to do with the way we represent ourselves in terms of being respectable in front of our own people and not being unrefined. Like, for example, you were telling me that the way I communicated to the young lady was questionable, yet you've been cursing the whole time. Now, generally, when you analyze language,
in China,
you're
everybody
talking while
cursed.
I'm talking. I'm going to yield the floor.
Well, I was talking, and then you said, "Oh, for example, you're cursing right now." So, you know what I mean? Fair enough. I was talking, and then you jumped in and said, "Oh, but you're cursing."
I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
I curse all the time. I curse on this show all the goddamn time. It's what I do. Who cares? What does that have to do with the person in China? Either you rock with what I said or you don't.
I think in the spirit of what you guys are discussing, and you can see it happening right now, there's always been this illusion that we all look alike, we all operate the same, and that is far from true. And I think that sometimes we have multitude of personalities who will showcase the divide. There is an elevation, there's a maturation that needs to take place. That's amongst people, male and female alike. But there is hierarchy. There is people. I've said this for years. Just because we look alike don't mean we subscribe to the same thing. And that's what I think is occurring right now. It shouldn't be that deep, though. I mean, at the end of it, once we log off, but it seems to be because we want to leave
room to one person. Nobody else gives a fuck about me cussing but him.
Yeah, I know Bo wanted to hop in there too.
Go ahead.
So. No, I know.
Miss Pearl, one day we're going to hear from you.
Okay. All right. We good? You all right? Okay, great. So, one thing that we need to realize, I know we love getting on the internet and making money from, making Black women terrible people. Or women in general, just terrible people, right? And I know that works for some people, and I'm cool with that. If it gets you money, great, wonderful. But I think that you all miss the experience. You miss learning how Black women experience the world and how we feel. And so when you ask a Black woman a question, especially if maybe she is irritated, maybe she's tired, maybe she's whatever she is, right? And if you ask a question and she doesn't perk up for you or whatever, that's just my assumption. But whatever you would like her to do, if she does not react the way you want her to react, somehow it's a cooperation issue. Sometimes you can ask that Black woman a question and she perceives it another way. Why? Because the Black woman has a very different experience that people gloss over. Y'all don't pay it any attention. You call us victims and all of that. It is really just an experience that we have in the world. It is always being called aggressive. It is always being called problematic. It is always being called something. You got an attitude. You mad. You all of this. And so when you hear a simple question, sometimes it's very innocent. And I get that. But sometimes people are being a smart ass. And you don't know which way to come from. And I got tired of hearing this conversation about this solution in the Black community that didn't really even solve anything. So I checked out like that because I wasn't even allowed to be a part of it, mostly just because it's just a panel of people with big voices. And I'm not the type of person to just come in and be like, hey, I need to be heard. I'm going to raise my hand. And if I am not acknowledged, I don't say anything. So I'm going to check out. Now, if that had been me sitting there, checked out, and I was asked that question, I'm good. Because at that point, I'm just rested. Like, I'm good. All right? Mm-hmm. And maybe you might read that as something. So I think that there's something happening on both sides. Because one, if we have checked out, it is for a reason. Why don't you ask the reason? Because some kind of way now we're uncivilized. And I don't know that that's the claim that you were making, but that's just what I got from it. And if I'm wrong, I'm cool with being wrong. I'll admit that I'm wrong and I will apologize. I don't have any problem with that. But that's just what I got. And so we come in these spaces, we as in men, come in these spaces and we like to prescribe these things to women without even asking what their experience is. We are dismissed over and over and over again like we're playing the victim. And all we want to do is be heard, because I can guarantee you there is not a man in the world who is ever going to lead me anywhere. You couldn't lead me to the bathroom if you don't listen to me, if you don't care about my experience, if you are not willing to have a conversation with me about who I am and why I feel the way I feel. If you don't care about that, you couldn't even lead me to the bathroom. I piss on myself. Don't worry about it. So I'm just saying, point is, I want us to have conversations where we are listening to each other and sometimes admitting that sometimes we may pass each other on both sides. Not just Aisha, but the men too. So I'm not gonna be made to be feel bad that I wasn't listening. I heard something about Black people need to something, and I just was like, I'm not listening to this because this is not a real solution. So that's why I checked out, and I couldn't add nothing to it. But
so let me ask you a question. You don't think that
Cooley, you got energy, boy. You got energy.
I'm sorry,
Cooley
Cooley.
got energy.
Please get in.
My bad.
After that, I was like, Marquette, just shut up, boy. Just shut up, boy. Boy, just shut up. That's what I was thinking. I was telling myself, nigga, shut up, nigga. Ain't nothing you can say, nigga. This nigga Cooley got energy. See, Cooley,
Listen,
you be saving up energy because you ain't
I know Pearl was supposed to go. I definitely.
No, I'm about to go. We're gonna hop in and take over.
Can I ask?
Excuse me.
Can I ask my question? But it is Miss Pearl's turn. Go ahead, Miss Pearl. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I definitely want to interject after Pearl.
Excuse me. Oh, okay. We good? Thank you. All right. I want to ask.
Pearl, you talk too much. You talk too much.
I haven't spoken enough.
You talk too much.
Don't play with me. Don't play with me. You don't play with me, or stay with me. All right. I want to know what three. This is some Marquette. What are?
I ain't talking no more. Bo said she didn't heard enough.
No, it was like some extra.
I ain't about to put her to sleep out here.
What are three universal ideologies that you think we need to move forward with? Because I know we spoke about ideologies. If maybe not three, you just give me like, I want to keep it short because I'm going to drop down. So can you just give me one for right now? I would love to have more discussions about it, but if you can just give me one universal ideology, because I got 2 other questions for you. So we just start the first. Can you give me a universal ideology that we can move forward with?
It's not universal, number one, because that would like apply to all people and all things. So
No, I mean
it would
us,
have to be
us, Marquette, us as Black people. I mean us, like what we.
Oh, you're saying it should be universal to Black people? Okay, I say 2 simple things. So one, patriarchy, male leadership. The woman needs to be obedient. I think that would solve a lot of problems. And then number 2, I got a 3-sentence Bible for you. Be yourself. Be good to yourself. Be good to good people. When you say be yourself, know what you really are as a Black human or as a woman. Be good to yourself, good health, take care of yourself, and be good to good people. Don't deal with people you consider who are not good people. Only deal with those that are vetted and verified. So that those little tastes. Okay, what else you got for me?
What are 2 forms of group economics that you think we need to establish?
I actually don't promote group economics. So what we do need to do is use family business. And that's why I talk so much about family, because that's the first firm, economic firm. So we need family business, number 1. And then number 2, we deal with one another in commerce. So I wouldn't call that group economics because it's kind of something else. Like, for example, just quick example, one of the saints, he lives 4 hours away. He's an electrician. I paid that boy extra money to drive down here and drive back up and paid him whatever he asked because I'd rather deal with him than deal with one of the hillbillies near my plantation.
Okay, that kind of took what you would want it to look like economically. What do you think we need to do to move forward to, what do you think it will look like politically? Like us to be successful, to move forward politically. What
So
do
we
you
should
think
try our best to withdraw from the tax system and reinvest that money into ourselves. A political party is not going to help us, but whatever we do, we'd have to do it as a block. So whether we're utilizing the Democrats or we're utilizing the Republicans, we do it as a block. So here's the thing. The Democrats and Republicans use us. Now we need to use them. And that can only happen as a block. I yield the floor.
I got, wait. So what do you think it will look like judicially then? Because that kind of extends over.
Oh, that's very
I got 2
important.
categories, but.
Sure. We also should try to co-locate, as I mentioned earlier, and that allows us to get into positions of power, whether it's elected or appointed. And in addition to that, we should be lobbying and utilizing the wealth we amass to exercise influence, because legal justice, none of it's fair. It's all about lobbying and influence. And that's why we have to be together.
What do you think it would look like in terms of media and digital literacy?
That's really important. So the tech education, mathematics education, and language is the most important. It should start very early. It should be hyper-focused on gainful employment. And in terms of media, this should all be highly controlled. Like, for example, I'm hosting an event in a week and a half called Saints Weekend, and all of the music is produced by us. There is no music from anyone outside, and all of the messaging, there's one song called "The Black Man Was First." You know, like these kinds of messages that we need to be put into prayer in our minds.
And then what do you think about schools? Do you think it would be successful if we did segregated schools, or should we move forward? This is my last question, and I had to drop down.
So segregation is what was forced upon us. So segregation is forced. So we're more so separated, meaning by choice. And I would say homeschool, except that homeschool is very expensive. So when you co-locate, then you have enough kids so that you can basically hire people to teach. So you should have the wives will be educated, like the Aisha. She might not be pleasant, but she said she had 2 degrees. I'm sure she can teach a subject. And we can also hire people, especially our mathematics, our chemistry, and the more advanced subjects. And then everyone in the community is taught by those folks. And then the kids can go to school less, because frankly, you don't need to be in school for 8 hours. It's too much.
I don't have any more. I yield the floor.
Oh, you were real pleasant. You're real pleasant. I almost feel too happy. Somebody go get Aisha to come cuss me out. Need to balance this out. Bo, I know you love me too, but you're very stubborn. You said that you would pee on yourself before you let a man lead you to the bathroom. That's the exact challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. Great
Amanda
discussion.
does not listen to me yet.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye, Pearl.
It was nice to meet you, Pearl.
The Pearl I like. Bye.
What's on you now?
Yeah, that's fine. Y'all listen. Y'all know I'm good, but yeah, a man who does not listen to me can't lead me. Because if you don't know who I am, you don't know what I need, you don't know my experience, and you don't care, there's no way you could lead me. You can't there's no way you could tell me what to do because you don't even know me. That's what I mean.
I got that. I registered that. And I be seeing sisters like you be fine. And it be hurting my heart because I'm like, dang, she got the natural hair. Might be thick too, you heard me? And I'm like, I can't even mess with it. And that's what be getting me mad. You feel me? That's what get me mad. Because when they start accusing the brothers of like, oh, you be messing with white girls. What that really means is like, bro just don't want to have to argue to get you to, to do the basics.
But the thing is that there is no argument. There is no argument at all whatsoever with a man who I feel like I'm being listened. Like if I feel like you're actually listening to me and what I need, because how can you lead someone if you don't even know what they need? Because you can't make up what I need. And if you do,
that's a really good question, Bo. I'll tell you, actually. I have an answer to that. Then I'm going to shut up pretty soon, but because I know I can't win. But when you say, how can you lead me if you don't know what I need? Well, the truth is that women don't know what they need. You're not the leader. You don't have the supreme wisdom to know what you need. When we leave it up to women, they end up with fake nails on top of their real nails. They end up cutting up their body and putting in implants. They end up doing all of these things. And here's the crazy part, Bo. Without any of that, you fine as all get out. Without any of that, every man here would deal with you. But when we leave it up to you guys to lead yourselves, you lead yourselves to destruction. And so this is what I would respond to your question. When you say, well, how do you lead me when you don't know what I need? Well, it's like you have cancer. You got cancer, but you're not an oncologist. So you don't know the solution. So I could listen to you all day, but you ain't about to tell me the solution. It is the man that has the solution. And that's why I wouldn't have to listen to you. But here's the key. Because I love you and care about you, absolutely, I'm going to listen to you. But we don't want the fight up front. We want you to give us some assumed grace. Like when I was dealing with Aisha, I was looking at her with admiration because I so love to see Black women with natural hair. She assumed that I wanted to be malicious toward her and negative. And it's like, we need to assume goodness of ourselves. Because here's the thing. But people out here calling the white man the devil. And when y'all were talking to Pearl, she's like, would you rather live in a white neighborhood or a Black neighborhood? Everybody lying. I'd rather live in a Black neighborhood. If you ask me, I'd rather live in a rich neighborhood. You dig? But here's the thing. If you rather live in a Black neighborhood, you're assuming Black people are good people. So why, when I'm talking to you respectfully, you're thinking that I got some secret plan to do you wrong? So we don't really believe it. We're not being honest. I yield the floor.
I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying. I think that you're not understanding me. There is no pushback. There is zero initial pushback at all whatsoever. It's not. And I know so I can respect how you could think that because of how I present here. And to be perfectly honest, it ain't now one of y'all is my man. So yeah, now one of y'all is my man. Here's the thing. I respond to certain gentlemen on this panel a certain way because they listen to me. When I speak, True listens to me. Sweeney listens to me. Trev listens. They might not agree, right? But they listen.
Nah, Sweeney agreed. Like the number one. Bro agreed. Shout out to Sweeney.
No, Sweeney and I disagree all the time.
Listen, that man been signed up for everything that the female agenda promotes today.
What the female agenda promote today? Besides not, come on now, man. Come on now, dog. Come on now.
Sweeney speaks common sense to me. That's how I perceive it, right? And so Sweeney and I have conversations all the time where he like, what, that's wild, bro. Like, I can't get with that. All the time. But Sweeney listens to me so that he can have a conversation with me. So I respond to them way different. True Trev and Sweeney gets a very like sweet bow. Like, I'm cool, I listen, and I understand them because they understand me. That's what I mean. But when I'm met with someone who just is at the gate, like single mothers, not you, just stupid stuff, just out the gate, you get a very different response from me. And then when I actually speak to you and I know that you're not listening to nothing that I'm saying, now all you're gonna get is a brick wall. That's what I mean. So I'm familiar with you, Marquette. Like I've listened, I've looked at your YouTube videos, and for the most part, great content. Right? So I'm very familiar with you. I'm cool, and I know how you speak to people. I know how you talk. I didn't have no smoke.
I've been nice today, right?
I mean, I've never seen you any other way, if I'm being honest. I don't know if you got to turn up or not, but that's all I've ever seen.
Saint don't turn up. Saint don't turn up.
So wait, real quick, y'all. So Saint, I know this is your first time coming in, so I'd like to extend a warm welcome to you, right? So I think that the main issue that we were having is that there are different communication styles here, right? So from what I understood from just from body language, I'm just going to tell you what it looks like from an observer because I just watched most of it. I really let y'all go. So I'm looking at Aisha's demeanor and stuff like that, and I know how you would interpret that as and you called her out on it, which is okay, understandable, because you felt like you were being disrespected. If a person's not paying attention to me when I speak, I feel disrespected, right? I'm like, so what you're communicating to me is that what I'm saying is not important. So I can understand why you would be offended by that, right? Justifiably. However, it's common sometimes where that happens. It doesn't necessarily mean that she was trying to disrespect you, but I could definitely understand your positioning and witnessing that, because it's like, all right, well, damn. So you called her out on it, right? We don't have to be nice about it, because that's what happened. You called her out on it. And you saw like she was disinterested, and you wonder why the hell you don't think what I'm saying is important. So you decided to call her out on it, right? And I don't know if that was said tonight, but that's what I observed. That's at least what it appears from an observer looking in. Now, when you did that, how she took it was like, well, damn, you're really gonna single me out? So now she's gonna go into defense mode, because she's like, why is it that you decided to single me out? Some people feel like if they're just quiet and not interrupting you, then you let them be. You know what I'm saying? And that's her perspective of it. I'm not here to justify anything, but I think that I don't believe that anybody was trying to be offensive per se, but it's easily interpreted as offensive based on you not understanding or being familiar with that person's style of communication, or what their real demeanor is like. And I see that's why you asked, right? But when you asked, she felt like you singled her out, in my opinion.
I did. She was correct. Everybody was correct. And it's just a matter of being honest, straightforward, man. And it wasn't that I felt disrespected. I really believe that there's a level, and unless we, you, me, the men on here, unless we enforce it, it ain't gonna get enforced. And anytime we can see if we can push things in the right direction. I figured out quickly I couldn't push it in the right direction. That's why I didn't follow up from her answer. So I asked her out of sincere ignorance, because I truly didn't know. So I asked her out of ignorance, and then when she schooled me and I was no longer ignorant and I had a good understanding of the difference in value set, I didn't say anything. Now, what Cooley said, I was thinking, but I damn sure didn't say it, because for me, I just didn't think it was going to move us in the right direction. So I just said, okay, I'll let her stay over there. Like even with Bo, I think Bo and I would get along well in an entertainment environment, but I think still from a values perspective, we're still quite far removed, and even Sweeney as well. And so at a certain level, I realized like, okay, we're different people, and I just accept the differences. But I do believe that it is up to men to stand up, because there's no good in the world unless men enforce it. And so that was me just checking, okay, what's going on here? Okay, I got it. Cool. Moving on. And I appreciate your perspective.
Right. And I think that's all we were missing, was a bit of perspective. And I don't fault you for that. That's your communication style. You direct. It is what it is. You know?
To be fair though, it wasn't that I was defending anything. I was just pointing out the hypocrisy of it. That's why I said we're all have been guilty of it. And you know what I mean? And nobody wants to be the target of some bullshit that everybody does. Like if everybody up here doing some bullshit, and then you say, hey man, look at that bullshit that person right there doing. Of course that person will be like, what the fuck is you talking about me for? You was just doing the same. So what I was pointing out to is that I've watched every man on this panel crash out on somebody at some period of time, and it wasn't that long ago to say that this is not who they are. I've seen people ignore people, look aloof, not pay attention, depending on the person who's speaking. I was just simply pointing out the hypocrisy of it. I didn't say whether it was good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just simply saying we're all guilty of it. Now, you saying that it's bad regardless of who does it, fair enough. I'm not here to argue that. I was just saying that we're being hypocritical about it. And no, it's not a low bar. If you to point out hypocrisy, it's not a low bar. This is what you see this dumb shit. This is why you don't talk to people in the nosebleeds.
What up, Law? Yeah, brother.
What up, Law? I ain't saying this man in a minute. And Saint, I caught that shit when you started. Hey, look, you ain't
Good
shit,
energy,
man.
good people. Hey, good
Well, were you talking about with Cooley?
We're talking
shout
about
out to
bro.
the panel, man. Shout out to the panel and all the good faces here, man. I'm enjoying it. I was watching and I want to just hop on because I agree with a lot of what's going on. However, I disagree with some of it. I'll leave that, you know what I'm saying? I'll leave my disagreements alone for now until something else comes up and I can actually speak on. But just know, I just don't want to come in with a bunch of disagreements, but I got a few.
Yeah. But I did want to say something too, because I'm always trying to find the good in everything instead of focusing on the worst. But it is like a teachable moment for the most part. I mean, even though it's kind of hard to gauge on panels how people are feeling, the outcome, the decorum, all that good stuff. It's just different because so many different people. But this kind of reminds me of basic communication, right? When I was younger, I might have had, well, I won't say me per se, because I've always been this way, but a lot of people assume instead of asking the question. And so what happens is they wind up looking like an asshole a lot of times because they never ask a question. So I think it was fair to ask. If it's something that you want to know, at least ask the question, get as much information you can before you conclude. You may be feeling like something don't seem right, or I'm thinking this, but let me confirm it. So you will ask the question, you collect more data, then you're able to say, okay, well, this is what that is. So I think people should try to find the good. You know, he at least did ask the question. But it can be looked at differently depending on the people. But we really have to focus on our communication. And communication is not just speaking, it's also listening. It's also body language, those nonverbal cues. All these things play into when it comes to communication. So take something from it. Don't just focus on the negative part of it. I know we blew up, but it is some value. We really got to look at ourselves and seeing how we can improve as people when we communicate and when we trying to function together. And another thing somebody spoke about as far as us coming together, you know, we so divided, and even on these panels, we so divided. We can't even have simple conversations a lot of times and it just gets stuck there that we can't even get to the solutions because we don't even know how to communicate. So look in the mirror and see if you guys can become a little bit more self-aware about what it is that you are putting out into this world, the energy that you are showing the world.
Words to live by. Live by them, son.
Yeah. I had to get to these super chats. Saint, man, my first time. I know I've spoken with you before a little bit through the DM, but appreciate you coming up, sir. Love your content.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And I apologize if I said some of the wrong words. I was really trying my best to not do that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I got to go back and look some stuff up because you just never know. I just observe in the clouds, looking around, seeing what's going on. I'm like, I don't want no parts of that. So let me just make sure that I kind of monitor a little bit heavy because I just don't want to be on the other side. I know how it is.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I've been there and I had to get it back, and I ain't trying to go back there again. So I just know YouTube is
exactly why I apologize, because I thought I was speaking the right way. I just wanted to make sure and let you know that I appreciate you allowing me into the conversation. And when I come in people's house, I treat their house with respect. So I just want to let you know in all sincerity that I'm thankful and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I yield the floor.
All right. Likewise. Man, y'all make sure y'all go check out Saint's content as well. So make sure you support as well as Cooley and everybody. Trev too. Trev going viral.
I'm about to come on your page, Saint, and argue with you.
You'd be shocked. I don't even like to argue with people.
Hey, they say you be crashing out, man. You be crashing out on your show.
If I view someone as the enemy, I treat them with no respect. And that was my whole piece earlier. And also, I just, for the record, being that we're unfamiliar, like I also sock stuff out in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like really what I actually am. Like, I'm not an internet guy. So if I don't feel like I respect you, like I treat you like I don't respect you, because that's how I grew up. Like, we don't pretend to like have respect. So that's why I was saying earlier, like, do you view me as the enemy? Because I just look at it like, we are Black folks coming together, speaking for the good of Black people. And that's why I feel like, damn, we should have some, like, there should be some aura in here, And yeah, if I don't respect somebody, yeah, it's all bad. I'm going super bad.
Oh, hell, man.
Yeah, it's going super bad.
Hey, listen,
I'm going bad on
I can
it.
respect that, man. I could definitely respect that, man. I hate that we ending as soon as we are. You know what I'm saying? I thought I was gonna get a chance to really hop on. You did. Trev, what up, bro?
What up, Lord?
Hey, man, chilling, man. Listen, bro, I appreciate just being able to hop on at the end. I was watching for a minute, and I'm like, man, there's a lot of different things I want to just kind of hop in and speak on, but it is what it is. There'll always be another time. Y'all just make sure y'all, continue to keep putting that good energy out. Hey, listen, hey, Marquette, brother, I fuck with your I mess with your content, right? You know what I'm saying? Right. You know what I'm saying? I always do, bro. You know what I'm saying? Me and Pete been rocking for a minute. Trev, the brothers, you know what I'm saying? Sweeney, we bump heads often, and I'll be honest, I was bumping heads with you tonight, bro. One of the reasons I want to
Pause.
I'm like,
hey,
man, you gotta slow down with the capping, man.
Hey, look, all I did was point out facts. Did Cooley not crash out?
That nigga.
Oh, shit. That's what we doing too.
Yo, finally got it right. He finally got it right.
Hey, yo,
the timing was finally right.
Hey, it's all good, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's all good. Y'all know what it is, man. Look, Sweeney, man, look, you be capping a lot, bro. You know it. You gotta slow down on the capping for.
Was I lying when I said he was just crashing out on another show where you wouldn't let a dude get another word? Was I lying on that?
I mean, you know what? I don't know, man. I like a lot of Cooley content. I like where he coming from too. You know what I'm saying? I don't really look at that as crashing out. You know what I'm saying? I look at that more so as, setting the record straight. You know what I'm saying?
No,
just like with Marquette.
You remember? Did you watch Bruiser's show a couple days ago? Like a few days ago?
Afraid not. Bruiser. Afraid not.
Trev.
Yeah, I watched Trev.
Trev can attest to this. Hey, Cooley, they was crashing out on each other, man.
Yeah, he did, but in his defense, he said because that's an enemy. I think everybody agree that if it's a known enemy, you're allowed to crash out.
I ain't never. Come on. Now.
Well, that's what from his ideology.
From same perspective, he said what he said. I'm saying, look, he said, "Hey, look, we don't see guys sit over here cutting each other off and all that shit." I said, "Hey, look, I'll just say in that moment." I've seen that shit go down plenty of times. And a matter of fact, I've seen that go down on King Talk, and the two guys wasn't even enemies. They was just having a disagreement, and they wouldn't let each other get a word in edgewise, myself included. I ain't taking myself out of it, myself included. There's been plenty of times I wouldn't let a motherfucker get a word in edgewise, and we and him having a heated debate, argument, cussing each other out, joning on each other, mama.
That's what I was saying. You did it tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'll
we believe you.
I'll let Say talk.
Yeah, no, we had a good back and forth. I think it was respectful. You know, one thing that I just really like, for example, I have a lot of the Saints come to the house, and my old lady will be moving around. She's not obviously not kicking it, but you know, making sure that the drinks are filled up, bringing the food, and coming and leaving. And one thing she always says about the guy, she's like, "Damn," because we have the lady Saints as well, and they have their meetings, they do their thing. She says, "Damn, like y'all are so civilized, like y'all don't never talk over each other. Like y'all be having casual conversation talking about I yield the floor." She'd be like, "Man, I just love to see how you guys operate as men." She'd be like, "The girls, we're respectful, but we just a little more messy with it." And that honors me. You know what I'm saying? Like that honors me for my old lady to look at me and see like how men conduct themselves with discipline and strength. And so I expect that as a level for Black men, because we can't say we're the best if we ain't showing it. Like that's why when people like Marquette, like niggas are DM me all the time, like I got a genius idea for you. I'm like, but you broke. Like you ain't got it. Like you can't be a genius. How you broke? Which is to say, like whatever you say you are, you need to show me something. We can't say we're the best unless we demonstrate it. So I expect that when people watch us engage, they're like, damn, those men are civilized men. And I think Sweetie may have seen me crash out a few times, but as I said, like if I'm talking, like for example, Just Pearly things, I wasn't gonna crash out on her. I was just gonna do her dirty with the logic. But I damn sure ain't gonna talk to Just Pearly things with the level of respect that I talk to Aisha or Bo or Miss Pearl. No, because she's on the other side, and I'm not gonna ever get that confused. Like when I say I esteem and respect good people or Black people, it's a fact, and you'll see the difference in the way that I conduct myself. That's why it hurts if I'm dealing with another Black person and I think we're in the same group and they're not treating me with regard, because then it's like, well, how are you going to have this narrative of like white folks do you wrong, but Black folks do you wrong too? So we just have to be like really live it out. That's all I'm saying, with no excuses on it.
I don't even keep up with the drama. I didn't know y'all had beef.
I've never seen you crash out, Saint. In the few shows,
I appreciate
shows that I've watched, I've never seen you crash out.
That's good.
I seen you go
crash
hard.
out. I don't mean go hard on somebody or tear them a new one with logic and facts, and I don't mean like that. A lot of people like to call that. I mean crashing out where, say for instance, kind of like if me and Law going back and forth and he talking and I'm talking, I'm like, and we sound like I know you is, but your mom, you know what I mean? That type of crash out, or you yelling, or you cussing people out.
I try not to. Just no need to get to the sweating point. Yeah, it's not necessary.
So yeah, I don't think you would have cussed Pearl out, but you definitely would have.
No, I wouldn't cuss. There's no need, because that's not going to look good for the clips. You heard me? That's what I'm playing for the narrative. So I got to keep it, keep it a certain way.
Yo. Did y'all notice why she would not even respond, like hardly respond to me? Like she didn't react to me. She didn't respond. She didn't interrupt me not one time.
Damn.
She never. And then when she did respond, it was so. And then she just really didn't have nothing to say. She did not.
What were you saying? What were you saying?
Well, when I addressed her directly, I wanted her to explain to me, because she keeps bringing up the crime rate. And I'm like, cool. But can you make sense of the arrests, the convictions, and the exoneration rates? Like, I want you to make sense of that. Mm-hmm. And she didn't have anything to say.
Well, she wasn't going to say nothing about it. I gave her specific numbers.
Yeah, Trev gave her specific.
So I wanted to see if she was going to try to refute it.
Yeah.
She wasn't ready to do that, because I don't just ask Google for statistics. I dig in. Pause.
Yeah. Now I know that all of those numbers are different, and all of them, like, you have to do the math on all of those numbers in order to really get the true. You
need math equations. Right. Right. No, for real. I had to do math because those statistics aren't listed. You have to figure out how many people are in the United States and compare those to what the percentage rate of this is. So you have to form an equation. Most people aren't that good at math. They could just call Google real quick or chat GPT.
And so I I knew that she was just using that as a convenient talking point, and nobody's going to refute it because she has a number, right? But I'm like, make sense of all of this. But then when me and Sweeney was talking, and he was like, she got demonetized, and she used to, mess with black people. I was like, oh, so she used to be in community with us, supposedly, and then you turned on us because you got demonetized, and now you're trying to make a quick buck off of us again, but on the other side. And so that's why I was like, I posed that to her. I was like, oh, so when you got demonetized,
So to be fair, inaccurate. She was already on that before she went downhill. She brought Nick Fuentes on her while she still had black employees. So it wasn't that cause and effect. She was already off that in front of black people, which you could say is better or worse.
Okay.
That's cold right there.
Nah, she was not. She got demonetized shortly after bringing Nick Fuentes onto her show. After she brought Nick Fuentes onto her show, you started to see all the black people that used to work with her turn on her. Like they all came out with their own shows and they all spoke on the background and how it was working with Pearl and yada yada yada. And then of course it became the cool thing because MAGA was real popular at the time. Trump was well on his way into office, so she decided to pivot to the more conservative, racist talking points. And of course, at this time, it's very popular to pick on black people, and that's what Saint spoke to it. It's a very popular thing to do right now, and this atmosphere currently is very popular to talk about having black fatigue. Very popular to talk about what's going on in the black community. As a matter of fact, they just found out that there's a bunch of bots out there that purposely shit on the black community. They just found all this out on Twitter. Elon Musk pulled the mask back on everybody and found out that. So
on accident, low key. Let me ask you a question, Sweeney. I think we might be able to vibe on this one. We talking about women. We ain't gonna vibe at all, but I got one for you.
Oh, we'll vibe on women too.
Hell nah, bro. You letting them run too much program.
I guarantee you.
But
we agree on more about women than we disagree. But go ahead.
I'm wondering, bro. But we can talk about that offline.
All right.
So you ever see how on social media or on the news they have all these like white nationalist marches and they're doing all these protests and they got their masks on and what have you? You've been seeing this, right?
Yeah. My fault.
I'm gonna have to have that Aisha conversation with you, but
I figured I shook my head, but I guess
I'm messing with you. So what I'm wondering now though is like, where's the other side? Like you don't see like black nationalists protests, you don't see black men marching. The only thing I've seen even close to that, and shout out to the Hebrew Israelites because I be getting at them hella foul, but shout out to them. They're the only group of black people that I think they have Latinos as well. But they're the only group of mostly black people that actually organize and show up with a strong presence, which would allow us to combat that. Because what we think is trendy to have anti-black content, it's not trendy. They're organizing. Like they got all these people organized. And so if you think the police are going to support you, the police are going to support you just as much as ICE support the Latinos. So the question is like, how much are we organized on ground? And why haven't we been seeing it beyond the Hebrew Israelites and the saints? I yield the floor to you.
Well, I will argue that, to be fair, I will argue that Black Lives Matter took a lot of the air out ourselves.
Okay, I'm listening.
So if you think about how the movement started, there was a lot of support behind it. But then
a lot of money.
A lot of the grassroots members of Black Lives Matter mysteriously started showing up unalived, and then they took the teeth out of the movement because you build a movement on the bodies of black men, and then you pivot the movement to represent everything but black men. So you lost the grassroots of it. Then you pivoted, you collected all the money, and then come to find out there may have been some nefarious things going on with the money. So
every time.
I believe that when it comes, that was a huge setback for us. where it took a lot of the wind out of the sail, because that's a lot of us hitched our ride to Black Lives Matter, like hitched our cars to Black Lives Matter. And
I wasn't one of them, but go ahead.
But no, I'm just saying, socially, that's where you've seen most of our social capital pumping itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Into.
Ball players, yep.
And then next thing you know, bam, they find out some bullshit was going on, and now you don't took the wind out of the sails. So now it's not. I would say that was a fever pitch moment. I don't know if I'm using the right word for that. A fever pitch moment, and I think we squandered it.
I want to jump in there, like real talk. So that's something that I feel very strong on. The whole Black Lives Matter movement was perverted, right? You know what I mean? They really stole it, just like they did the Civil Rights movement.
Yeah, hijacked.
Black Lives Matter was literally a rallying cry, right? It was about what it means, telling people that our lives matter. But when they decided to make it a for-profit situation,
LGBT,
the same way they did civil rights. You know what I'm saying? They took the feminism, jumped into it, then the LGBT jumped into it, and then they hijacked it for their own purposes. That's what really destroyed the whole Black Lives Matter movement. I literally was out there during 2020 when we all had on masks and this, that, and the other, on my bicycle, like riding with the crowds during that time frame. You dig what I'm saying? But it changed. You did, and it changed for the worse. When you start hearing people literally stealing millions of dollars donated, I didn't even know where these dollars were supposed to go when they were donated. You dig what I'm saying? But they were
no plan.
They were able to change it, and then now it's mocking it. Now we can't have anything worth talking about because they've already perverted it. We can't say Black Lives Matter because now all they want to do is turn it into, well, they stole all this money. No, the people that you let make this an organization stole this money. Black Lives Matter meant something. It was a rallying cry. It was telling those that treat us as if we don't matter that we do. And that was the problem. When they changed that, that really set us back. And any time that they can infiltrate, that's literally like COINTELPRO, right? How can we destroy what they're doing from the inside? And that's exactly what they did.
As a matter of fact,
Go ahead.
I mean to cut you off. As a matter of fact, Saint, even in the language on their page, the language changed where they prioritized everybody but black men. We were the last on the list as far as what they cared about. And then I believe it was even to the point where they even stopped letting black men hold positions of leadership within Black Lives Matter. Even though the movement was built on our backs, on the backs of dead black men, they were like, yeah, this is they made it to where only you had to be LGBT, woman, female, or I forgot what other group they threw in there, but they would not.
It was gays and women. You know what I'm saying? Those are the only ones because they obviously knew they were not. Take it how you want. They were not strong enough to stand up for what it really meant. Right? They were able to be compromised, if you will. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, that's exactly what they did, bro.
Man, that was.
Hey, Sweeney, check this out though. So, do you see though how the unruly, if we accept the black female being unruly, it naturally leads her, that feminism naturally leads her into LGBTQ? Natural, it just leads so smoothly into LGBTQ. Like, here's the mathematics on it. The dating apps provide the best data on desirability. So the black man has mobility. Bro could pretty much go get what he want on the dating marketplace. The least mobile is the black female. So once we say, oh girl, that attitude is crazy. You're like, I ain't gonna ask you how you are and you gonna turn up. Nigga, you ask me how. Like, nah, I ain't even fooling with it. Bring Becky over here. Bring Consuela over here. Bring Ming Lao over here, right? So we dip, gone. Being that the black woman basically only has the black man as a choice, and they talk about divesting, the data doesn't indicate that it's really happening. So then who's the next choice? each other, lesbianism, which also controls our population because we're not going to be procreating, and it creates broken families, which we're already suffering. And so to see Black Lives Matter as essentially an LGBTQ organization, Black lesbians lead it, that shouldn't surprise us at all. You know how many lesbians got 4-5 kids? You're like, how are you a lesbian? You got 4-5 kids. It shouldn't surprise us at all. I yield the floor.
Well, technically, it was a Black lesbian that came up with the hashtag, but like they actually
Was
did.
it?
Yeah, they did. She did start the organization and was the first.
But remember what I said, Sweeney. The organization, bro.
Yeah,
it was a rallying cry beforehand.
Yeah,
until somebody decided to monetize it and make it a organization. It's not for me. When I was on that train, bro, it wasn't about organization. It was about the fact that, hey, nigga, Black Lives Matter, bro. Stop treating us like they don't. That was my issue, and that's what we were yelling in the streets. That's what we were feeling. And when they decided to make it a organization, that's when it was perverted.
Well,
that's when they can control it.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have issue with formulating organizations, because that's typically everybody has an organization that they go to have them go out and lobby for them. ADOS in itself has an organization. It's called the ADOS Foundation, ADOS Advocacy Foundation. Unlike FBA, ADOS is a real grassroots organization where they're trying to elicit real political change. It ain't just the hashtag. It ain't just talking shit. They're actually trying to elicit real political change at a grassroots level. So I would say that I didn't necessarily have. It was the national representation of Black Lives Matter, the national organization, the one that she started. That was the issue, but she muddied the water because there was plenty of Black Lives Matter grassroots organizations that she never even went into that neighborhood and spoke to. Chicago, she didn't go over there and talk to people in Chicago. Yeah. She didn't go and talk to people in New York City. Yeah. She didn't go and talk to people in St. Louis or Ferguson, Missouri, or those were.
That's what I'm saying, bro. What they did. That's what I'm saying. They what she did was try to capital. It's basically like, let me go ahead and put a patent on this name, right? Let me go ahead and monetize that. Let me put an LLC on Black Lives Matter, and I can capitalize off of it. So all the idiots that let me rephrase that. Not right. Idiots. All the people that didn't even know that was a thing, they just wanted to try and do better because they felt guilty, right? Yeah. They felt guilty about what's going on. They want to donate to it. She stole all of that. That's what I'm saying, and that's what made it perverted. That's not what we were out there doing. Yeah, that's not what we were out there doing. We out there really like, yo, this is a rallying cry. This is us letting you know you can't do these things that you've been doing to us and our people and not bearing the consequences. Our lives matter just as much as anybody else's. That was the thing. And the way that they perverted it really destroyed the movement. And that's what they do every time we get something going. The civil rights movement, it was ours, right? But what did it turn into? You got the gays jumping in it and everybody else. Feminism, gays, and now it does nothing for us. It's not about us. We're the last ones to get any kind of benefits from it. We'll never get reparations if that's what we're asking for, right? Because this is what they're going to do. We allow them to come in and pervert anything that we are asking for ourselves, because everybody wants to be a nigga until it's time to be a nigga, right? They all want to be they all want to feel disenfranchised, right? You know what I'm saying? Until the
actually disenfranchised. Yeah. Yeah, so this ain't the first. You're right. This ain't the first time that happened. That was BLM. That was civil rights movement. That was affirmative action. Yeah. All of these things. Like it is what it is. That's just the nature of it. And the question is, how do you avoid that from continuously happening? Who do you put in charge of these things to make it where it makes sense for the people who it was originated for are able to maintain it without the infiltration of any other group that's trying to tag along, right?
Well, I think you have to make your stance known from jump, and you can't be soft about it, right? You know what I'm saying? You have to be like, hey, We're not for this fuck shit. We're not about this. We're not about that. We're about us. You know what I'm saying? We're about the promotion of the black family, the heterosexual black family, if you will. We are here for man and woman be making families and proceeding going forward, right? You can't sit here and be like, oh, everybody's welcome. You can't welcome everybody in your house, because if you welcome everybody in your house, then nobody knows who lives there. You dig what I'm saying? They don't know
Yeah,
who
look,
lives there if you
I
let
get it.
everybody
It's
go
making
into
a
the crib.
sense because nobody wants to be part of it when it's the struggle. But as soon as there is some type of an organization, it immediately loses integrity because you got people bandwagoning right away. So
Also,
I get it.
you can't let people buy your movement. The reason she
Okay.
leveraged the social and political capital of
Right.
black people, and specifically Black Lives Matter, for money, and she exchanged that for money to enrich herself. Well, I ain't gonna say necessarily to enrich herself, but there was some embezzling going on, allegedly. But but ultimately, when it comes to black movements, if you have the wind of black people behind you, and you have the social capital and the political capital of black support, you can't then take that and then go exchange it for the support of the group that does not care and does not represent you, because that's what you wound up with. Is you wound up with a co-opted movement. You have to learn how to weaponize the movement that was built without sacrificing them for some money.
Sweeney, that sounds good, but you remember earlier you were basically talking like we don't have to respect standards or decorum or hierarchy. So like that kind of looseness and slackness, I just couldn't imagine you being a part of a movement that wouldn't get infiltrated if everybody could pretty much do what they want. We accept everything.
When did you hear me say that? I never said that. I said we're all guilty of the same thing. I never said that it was right or wrong.
That's right. There was no accountability. You were basically suggesting that, hey, because we've committed error, we can't call out that which is wrong. And what you're actually describing in terms of creating an organization that would be hard to infiltrate. Do you know what level of discipline you need to prevent the Federal Bureau of Investigation from infiltrating your organization? Are you kidding me?
And look, and not only that, to piggyback on that, bro, we all have to remember, like, there are not a lot of people that look like us that are in situations where they are privileged, right? All you have to do in order to infiltrate whatever the fuck we got going on is literally offer them something they've never had, right? And that's why COINTELPRO was so successful, right? Because they could get into the most hard-nosed situations where people would literally see their brothers and sisters that they with every day getting beat to a pulp and what have you, and would still, for the betterment of themselves, put them in harm's way or give up what they need to. Hey, snitches get stitches is not a joke. It's real, because people will tell and do whatever they can to put themselves in a better situation. It's what do we do to make sure that those that are behind us are willing to die for that cause? Because if that's on the table, it's hard to negotiate with that. It's a very difficult situation that they've put us in, years and years and years and years of what's the term I'm looking for? You know what I'm saying? I want to go MK Ultra, but like just manipulation. You dig what I'm saying? Like it's literally the way they've set it up to where they know they can always infiltrate at some point. Somebody's going to be weak enough. Somebody's going to be weak enough to say, you know what? Hell, I'll take that 100,000. Because I mean, look at the way things are right now. The unemployment rate is crazy. People are starving, trying to figure out how
Especially
they're going
black
to pay
women
bills.
getting done dirty.
You dig what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
in the event that somebody comes to them and say, look, you know they not doing all this they say they're gonna do. You know they bad. You know they not really good people. I'll give you X amount of dollars for you just to give us a little information. Now what you gonna do? How do you prevent that from happening? This is years and years of devious behavior that they've been perfecting. How do we change that? You dig what I'm saying? So it's a hard battle, bro. We in a world that, you know what I'm saying, wasn't made for us, and these are the residuals of a world that we built that not only wasn't made for us, but it's still not trying to give us anything for doing so.
Outlaw. Good game. Good
Hey,
game. I got to run. It's been a pleasure to meet all you guys. I really appreciate you, giving me the chance to speak and meet everybody. So you guys can catch me on IG if you ever need anything. I always love to make good relationships. Even with you, Bo, I'm still cool with you, even though you be acting crazy on the low. But I appreciate you guys, and thank you very much.
I appreciate you.
Good energy, good brother. We'll be in touch soon, man.
All right, I'll look out for it. Peace to the Saints.
Super chats. Trev, you got it?
Yeah, we can do that. All right. Samuel the Infamous. $5. Appreciate you. I have human fatigue. All right. Miss Abdi is the only sane response. All right. We got Dane Snyder, $89.50 with the $2. No Fugazi is here. All right. Sammy the Infamous with the $5 again. The most pillaging people on the planet were the Mongols, sir. All right. We got Ensign 1 with the $2. Please keep the age off the data relevant. It's 2025. Okay. Willie MF Beeman with the $20.
Willie? All right, Willie.
Shout out to the panel and welcome Cooley. All right. The DJ Freshmaker, $9.99. It's crazy to be fatigued of black people after the country was built on their backs. Then their neighborhoods get destroyed after about 65 years of actual freedom. YT folks are fatigued? Shaking my head. All right, we got Goody Shoes with the $2. Appreciate you. All right. Kevin Cook, $66.70 with the $2. If you have fatigue, why are you here? All right. We got Big Ant, $11.71 with the $10. All caps. JR, I have Pearl fatigue. Am I not talking about Miss Pearl? Okay. The BS of YouTube sometimes. All right. Willie MF and Beeman with the $5. It's not black fatigue. It's ninja fatigue. All right. Mark 99.11 with the $2. Saint and the Sinner is reacting to y'all live. Bet. Appreciate you. Clue Studio, $10. Amir in Scion 1 with the $5. If you take the percentages and estimate them in actual population, there are 11.4 WT people with felonies to 8.1 black people. Stop lying using percentages. All right. Clue Studio with the $20. We love you, Pearl. Which one?
All right. Which one?
All right. Now, Sheep 16 with the $5. If Pearlie has black fatigue, why is her boyfriend black? My bad, Dominican. And why was your ex black? You're not fatigued enough to get off black men. Gotta touch my soul with the $5. How many white people that falsely called grape and got the entire black community slaughtered? Ooh. All right, we got Bopper 235 with the $5. Cooley looks like Stefan. Oh, Stefan Urkel from the TV show Family Matters. At least he didn't say Steve Urkel. Stefan Urkel was the cool one. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Stefan
Yeah,
Urkel.
Urkel, you're right. Stefan Urkel. I got to get it right. It was like 20 years ago. My bad. Got to touch my soul with the $10. Her basically chasing a bag on what's hot. Follow her YouTube career. At one point, she even ripped off Kevin Samuels' talking points.
Facts. That's when I felt. That's when I found her. I liked her at the point. I didn't even know she went rogue.
Dane Snyder, $89.50 with $5. I'm not a Pearl fan, but most of this panel was just a lot of excuses, whining, and theatrics. I hate that y'all have me agreeing with Pearl on that. Ooh.
Shut your little no,
Say
say
Franny with the $1.99. All right, no, we're at 8, you Pearl. LOL. Oh, and you have no decorum. All right. Black House Shelter, $4.99. Hey Pearl, maybe you should sing your slavery song. Ooh, you did to break the tension on the panel. Oh man, what? I didn't know about that one. Let Marquette come on. Peace to the Saints. All right. We got Dane Snyder with the $89.50 with $10. All right. We got Pearl is wrong with her black people suck rhetoric, but it's no worse than most people on the panel passing the buck and excuses for their failures. There's serious masculine deficit here. Okay. Willie MF and Beeman with the $5 super chat. Pearl has an uncanny ability to make woke black men and black feminists don put their victimhood capes on, woe is me hats in every debate. Okay. Official Mama, gifted one Lapeef Network membership. Appreciate you.
All right, I'm going to read some of these, Trev.
All right.
Dane Snyder, $89.52. Call Marquette. Yeah. Willie BM, $5. Well, now the debate will begin. At St. Centers in the building. Stay Franny, $1.99 piece to the Saints. The Solician Trucking Channel, $5. Let's go Saint. Pearl don't run. I didn't know about this deal, man. I was totally unaware. Chuck's at $22.28. The supervillain has arrived. Peace to the Saints. Danny again, $5. Marquette and Cooley and no Pearl. It's about to get wild. Insane $2. She dipped out like Roadrunner. Mimi dust. Gotta touch my soul. $10 to remind Hispanics, Arabs, red dot Indians, and even Asians classify as white. So what did that mean? The white percentage in America is fluff. There goes her.
Wait a minute. Word? All of them identify as white?
Mama G, also a member, gifted one Lapeef Network membership. Danny's $5. I ain't no Pearl fan, but she's gone. But she been gone like 10 minutes, and y'all still talking about her. Ooh. Danny again, $5. 10 black commentators here, and y'all can find to talk about white people. Come on, looks like
until his name is keep paying that money.
The Pearl. Then again, $2. I have severe Pearl fatigue. Y'all making it worse. Then again, $2. Most of this panel has Pearl arrangement syndrome.
Damn.
How you say that? $1.99. Let the Saint and Sinner talk. A true intellectual. That's my brother. Still, Model TV $23.99. $2. Let big homie speak. Piece of the Saints. Yeah. Burn $5. Bringing Pearl on the panel just for all of y'all to attack was pathetic. Honestly, I feel like she got attacked.
Yeah, I mean, not attacked, but checked. I mean, you have to understand that if someone's going to say something pretty much disparaging with poor data, you're probably gonna get checked. If it was intellectually honest, then I could understand that, and people should be willing to have the conversation, right, from another perspective. I'm completely for that. But when you're intellectually dishonest and you bring bad data, and then I refute your data, and other people refute your data, and I'm bringing serious numbers that are real, and you can't refute it, because your data is fake or skewed, embellished, whatever you want to call it, then no, you're being a fool at that point, and you will be checked.
Then again, $2. These panelists are the flat earthers of race. Say for any 199. Thank you, Aisha. Swooped in quick to correct that. Rod, 8706 199. Still platforming. Rack, $7. Amir and Pearl shaking my head. Clown. Official Mama G, also member, gifted one Lapeef Network membership. Chaz, Prince, 189 499. Let her go to sleep. I was into it. Willie, $2. Damn, if it wasn't even Pearl that got Aisha to crash. It wasn't even Pearl. Say Franny, 499. Why, as a woman, we don't support the men and let them lead when discussing our issue and ideas as a community? Marquette sensed the opposition. Sadly, peace to the saints. Nigga, 199. Sweeney over here acting like Aisha. Willie at $2. Here comes Captain Save a Jaws, 189 189. But was he right? Burn that thrust. Well, burn. Yeah. Burn thrust. $5 hilarious. How there was only unity to gang up on a white person. LOL. Y'all should be shame on y'all. Say for anyone ain't not nobody caught that. True said LOL. He so diplomatic. James Day 4506 499. Sweeney sound like hella simpish. Say Freddie 499. Amira, stop cap. You rolling your eyes, making faces when Bo and Miss Pearl be talking. You trying to agree with Saint, and you don't adhere to the same standards. Wasted Venus, a member for 1 month. What's going on, Venus? How you doing, man? Finding a way to attack a black woman unwarranted tonight was just disturbing. Bad intentions and bad character disguised as good decorum. OJ Speed, $5. Bad behavior is bad behavior, and bad behavior is bad behavior. Bad behavior is bad behavior. Enough said. Say Freddie 199. Sweeney, how you feeling? OG again, $5. Trey, come on. She was not expressing interest more than she was attitude. Peace of the saint. A couple more. Thomas Ford, 6740 199. Trojan War tactics are implemented towards. And lastly, Thomas again, 46740 499. Trojan War tactics are implemented towards blacks. The oldest play in the playbook for blacks against blacks. I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the platform. Do me a favor. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe on your way out. Let's make sure we support everybody on the panel. We'll post that original link to the intro video in the description. Thank y'all. Y'all enjoy y'all weekend. Hopefully, y'all enjoyed the show. It's lit. We out.